Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
This POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that road where they warriors for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I know lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogwefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Under the bay. Under the baobab tree, where shadows bend, the earth whispers tales, the wind.
Human rights are a fundamental and universal entitlement belonging to every person by birth, designed to ensure dignity, freedom, and equality regardless of race, nationality, or status. These inalienable rights form the very core of global governance. International human rights law, founded upon the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR of 1948, establishes the binding obligation of government to protect these freedoms. A key success of this universal framework has been the continuous expansion of its legal body to protect vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. This universal commitment forms the basis of this year's International Human Rights Day theme, our everyday essentials, which seeks to reaffirm these principles not as abstract concepts, but as the practical foundation people rely on daily. Despite the strength of this legal foundation, challenges in implementation and new complexity result in an uneven global landscape. Millions are facing a critical lack of access to basic needs such as food, water, health, education due to persistent poverty and entrenched inequality. Recent World Bank estimates indicate that approximately 817 million people are currently facing extreme poverty, underscoring the severity of this implementation gap. Rapid advances in technology and digitalization also present novel hurdles concerning surveillance and privacy. Digital access, essential for modern civic participation, saw significant disruption in 2024 with 296 instances of internet service disruption, highlighting the growing threat to digital rights. This challenge is compounded by weak governance and the widespread persistence of armed conflict. These elements undermine fundamental rights by fueling instability and violence, often perpetuated by a lack of accountability for violations. The devastating impact on civilian life remains profound. The United Nations recorded a sharp 72% surge in the loss of civilian life in conflict zones in 2023, coupled with a record high of over 120 million forcibly displaced persons by the end of 2024. The human rights framework faces compounding issues such as climate change, which threatens the rights to life and health through environmental degradation. This has created a hazardous environment for advocates, with environmental human rights defenders facing substantial risk to their personal safety. Navigating a fair and constructive way forward requires key action across key primary fronts. Strengthening social safety nets through the establishment of universal social protection floors is vital to close the inequality gap and safeguard essential economic rights. Enhancing accountability is paramount. the international community must increase support for mechanisms that investigate and prosecute serious violations of humanitarian law, thereby countering impunity and restoring the rule of law. Also, the protection of civic space must be prioritized by regulating the digital sphere to ensure strong privacy rights and by enacting specific legal safeguards that protect activists, journalists, and human rights defenders from attacks, allowing them to perform their essential work without fear. Ultimately, ensuring human rights remain an ongoing commitment that demands measurable action over rhetorical assurance. By reinforcing the UDHR's principles through strategic investment in social protection, accountability, and the safeguarding of civic and digital freedoms, the global community can successfully transition these values from legal ideals into the everyday essentials that defines a life of dignity, freedom, and equality for all people. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we had it. We didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends. Okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it. Okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy? I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I know, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times, you know. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. we call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. Just want to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, being at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact. younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. For instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, A lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. We talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer a king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you give me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right? Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it fun. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the
bank was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, you don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the company merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. customers of Standard Trust Bank that were used to a certain level of self-delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 26. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets. We have first year strategic intent. We want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Enumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin. I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos.
I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well.
Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Enumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Enumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sports. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Enumelu, who is the chairperson of Having Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Hairs Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic and Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Force Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Force access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Force Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes Billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Hello, good morning, and welcome to your Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday weekly staple. This is SBL, and it's a beautiful welcome. Now, it's Friday, the last working day of the week. It depends on your work. Today, we will be looking at manufacturers. When they cry, when they shout, we should all stand up and ask questions. Now, it's all about their FX forward debt. We'll talk a whole lot about that, so you need to be here. We'll also be looking at Dangote. Beautiful question. Is Dangote importing refined fuel products? A lot of quarters are trying to pass this message around, but hey, we'll get to hear from them what exactly they are saying. There's a lot to talk about on this table for today. That happens to be a Friday, so you can't miss it. Let's start on this note. Just pick up your phones, pick up your smart gadget, and go to all of the social media platforms and look for SOUQ News Television. Please just do that now. Good. Now look at that like, click it. Look at follow, click it. Look at share, click it. Let's do this. Remember, call up your friends, your neighbors, your co-workers, and let them know that we are live. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. And on the table today, I have the Oracle himself, and I have Amin. Amin is here. It's a beautiful Friday. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. SOUQ. Good morning, Doctor.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Dahosa is also here, all white. Don't get scared. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Chooks. I mean, good morning. Good morning, Nigerians.
You're welcome. Yes, it's showtime. Now, manufacturers are saying that FX forward debt remain unpaid despite what CBN is saying. Not all manufacturing companies have received payment for their unpaid foreign exchange forward contracts. Now, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, they have come out to say that what CBN is saying is contradictory, and it claims by the CBN that all valid backlogs have been settled, needs to be checked. Now, the association is saying that unresolved obligations continue to expose affected firms to mounting financial losses and balance sheet pressures. The association is also warning that the unsettled FX forwards have imposed costs that many manufacturers can no longer absorb. This cost, including higher interest expenses, exchange losses, and disrupted production planning. Now, they are saying that the firms that relied on forward contracts to import raw materials and machinery have been left vulnerable, weakening capacity utilization and competitiveness. The association is also urging and begging CBN, if possible, to urgently review outstanding cases and engage directly with affected companies to restore confidence in the FX market. It also said, clearing all genuine backlog is critical to stabilizing the manufacturing sector, safeguarding jobs, and ensuring that recent foreign exchange reforms translate into real sector recovery. We are looking forward to a very productive, very productive economy. And if there are issues that we need to resolve as fast as possible, it's those ones that concern manufacturing companies. Every single person that is producing a product that is bringing to the market. Now, CBN is the gateway for all FX forward contracts. For those bringing in raw materials, bringing in machinery, or have one contractor agreement with any company outside Nigeria. What's the fastest way of resolving these issues?
Well, I don't know, because the language itself is contradictory in my perspective. If CBN says that they have settled all valid outstandings, then which means there are some that are not valid.
Okay, is now a case of valid.
Yeah, validity.
And
yeah. So if CBN say they have settled all valid pending FX arrears, then, and I think the manufacturers, rather than coming, you see, because we do a lot of blackmailing in this country, and that really gets me pissed off sometimes when you look at news items.
Okay.
You see, if CBN says that the ones that are valid have been settled, and they are saying some are not settled, have they proven that those ones that are not settled are valid from CBN perspective? So that if government is going to give money to somebody, it should be sure that it's giving the money for people who have done right businesses. So this is what it is. So the Manufacturer Association should sit down with CBN to say, okay, these people are all equally valid. So now then, of course, we say some of them have none. And then you're coming back to say many manufacturers are now having issues with this. Is it the issue with the FS or the unsettled claims that is the issue? So I think they have to be very clear in communicating, because a lot that we do around this place is that we see authorities and we try to blackmail, and people look at, oh, these guys are not doing well at all because they are lying to the populace. But what are the criteria that are set by CBN to determine the validity of those forward contracts? And I think that's what should be on the table on this issue.
Okay, that's what should be on the table on this issue. Okay, now, I mean, before I come to you, let's look at the value of most of these forward contracts. Unlike what it used to be before the Naira was floated. Now we are seeing official rate about 1,382 and black market rate about 1,420 something. So give and take a differential of about 300, which all of a sudden has become very, very big. Knowing fully well that some time ago, the differential was almost about 700, 800, 900, in some cases, up to 1,000. Our manufacturers better open to say, okay, good, let's source outside. Or let's bring any party that is coming outside to come deal with us with CBN directly. Now that Dr. has brought up the case of valid contracts and unvalid contracts.
I think we've not gotten there, and I stand strongly with Doctor on this issue. because the CBN of this current administration have been very transparent and have been acting with a lot of integrity. When the new CBN governor came, one of the first things that it tackled was this FX backlogs. And there were so many companies, foreign companies, that could not repatriate their money. That was the first thing that he tackled. And he did come on TV in front of the press to analyze why about 40% of the FX responsibility that he found were not valid, that they were not clear. And this is the kind of Nigeria that we want, where proper, thorough investigation is done before money is being paid. People just don't send invoice and money is just being paid because they are high up or they know somebody. We cannot, in one breath, want integrity and want proper accountability for our money, and then in the other breath, want everybody to just get paid because they just simply submitted an invoice. And the press needs to be very, very careful so that they don't do the bidding. We are in a campaign year, so a lot of things would be done to blackball the government, to give them a bad name. So the press needs to be very, very careful. And some of the issues that we find in the press have no business being in the press. And I don't think Nigerian press are asking the right question enough, especially as it pertains to the government. I feel like for clickbait and for viewership, anything that is bad, the press is quick to run with it without asking the right question. The right question in this situation is to say, okay, so what step have you taken to get this money back? Like Doctor said. Have you tried to prove? Yes. Have you proved the validity with these officials of the CBN through a roundtable? And then if that has not worked, have you gone to the competent court of jurisdiction to look into it? So because the court of public opinion does not do anything. If anything, it's just put fear into the market, which affect everyday people. So we cannot continue to run to the press at every time to scare Nigerians, to scare investors at every breath. So you need to exceed all the options that is provided for you by the law. The other day, the labor union, they just come to the news without approaching the court of industry. Dangote workers, they just shut the door and then they call press. When have we become a country of just clouds rather than actually fixing the problem and solving issues through we have the right channels of doing things, but everything is just to the press, and the press is there for the clickbait and for so I don't think we've gotten here. The CBN, in my own opinion, I don't work for the government, I speak for the people, but to be fair to this government and the CBN, they have been very, very forthright with all of their responsibility. And they did put a caveat to say, we did not clear all the backlog, we clear all the valid backlog. So I feel like it is the responsibility of the manufacturers to go forward to make clarification if they think their invoices or their responsibility are valid as well.
Okay. Now, for those in this side of the divide, dear manufacturers, any other person, bring it up here. Dear CBN, when we call it out, when we speak it, it's your responsibility to always have a refutal or clarify issues. So nobody should get scared of pushing out their rhetoric outside there. If you now get the bashing of your rhetoric not being right, kudos to you. Now let's get straight to the next, and we're talking about digital asset protection because this concerns every one of us. I know you must have gotten those SMS, those short messages, either from NCC or from begging you and pleading that you should do the right thing and protect public assets as it concerns telecommunication. That is where we are still on. The Nigerian Communication Commission and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, they are vowed to prosecute construction firms, contractors, and individuals responsible for damaging fiber optic cables during road construction and other civil construction activities. Now, this particular warning was issued in a joint statement released on Wednesday night as authorities move to curb disruption to telecom infrastructure nationwide. The agency said avoidable fiber damage caused by negligence, poor interagency coordination, or unauthorized excavation now constitute a criminal offense under existing laws. They noted that the frequent cable cuts have led to widespread service outages, economic losses, and degraded quality of service for consumers and businesses reliant on digital connectivity. Now, both agencies said enforcement would be intensified across the country with offenders facing arrest, prosecution, and possible sanctions. Now, they also urged construction firms and public agencies to obtain necessary approval, engage network operators before excavation, and comply strictly with right-of-way regulations. The NCC and NSCDC stressed that protecting fiber infrastructure is critical to national security, economic productivity, and Nigeria's digital transformation agenda, which we cannot run away from. The government is spending a whole lot to make sure that connectivity, not just within metropolitan cities, but even in the hinterlands, the villages, gets to at least 90% with monies from both government and loans taken from World Bank. Now, we are also now standing in the way of that. Not just as individuals or vandals. Now, the issue was always vandals. Now we see it happen on a daily basis. People laying pipes, road construction, people building waterways, and we just see these cables being cut. Reckless abandon, we see it every day. Should we have this law not just from the NCDC or NCN? Should we have it passed as a national law? Protect this asset.
Yeah, I think it's for me beyond laws. At many of us, the way we approach public infrastructure is a major challenge for me as a person. And I think the onus is actually on the government itself. Because some of these things are also approved by government somehow. These excavations we are talking about. And the person who is approving excavation, whether they are even up to the site, to first and foremost establish that where these people are proposing to excavate, whether there are infrastructures that are buried underground. So we give blanket approval to people and then they are working. And then they run into some of all this. Because as it were, if you look at the way contracts, especially in civilized environment, are done, it's done in such a way that risks that are anticipated are factored into costing. So if I'm giving you a contract, so it's either you are billing me and say, well, if I cut a cable here, which means I have to pay it, I have to factor it into the cost of that contract. Because like they say, you allocate risk to the party that can best manage that risk. So if we give people blanket opportunity to go excavate without even looking at what is the implication, even breaking of roads. See, a road is made just a year ago, and somebody said he wants to take a light into his house, and then we cut the middle of the road.
And now cement it.
And cement it, yeah.
Then trouble starts during the season.
Yes. You see, so these are issues that are not nice and decent. That when infrastructures are put into place, it's the collective responsibility of everybody to know that if you have to damage it, then there's a cost that's attached to it. And then somebody must be willing to bear that cost, in my view. But a lot of things we do here, the way we treat public infrastructure, sometimes I weep because people really don't value it. And then, of course, when it's not working, at least we have one scapegoat to always blame for every of our trouble, and that's government. So,
is government really a scapegoat?
That is what it is. So we use government to excuse all our failings and failures. So government is not working. Government is not working. That's what we say. But our own role as citizens, who are supposed to be the custodians of some of all these assets, we sometimes just ignore it. And we don't do anything significant about it. I was driving yesterday through and I see people crossing the road. and they're abusing me who is driving on the road. Government has built that road, even put barricades on the road so that people can't pass the road and use the pedestrian bridge. Rather than use the pedestrian bridge, they vandalize the assets on the road, and they are crossing road there. And you see police people standing there, and they really don't care about it. There's a pedestrian bridge built with public money for the safety of the same people. But they undermine their safety, crossing major road, and they are abusing me for driving because I'm not stopping for them to pass through unauthorized places. So these are the kind of things you see in our environment. But then somebody died and said, oh, the government is insensitive to the plight of the people because we have a government to blame for every issue that happen to us. And I think we need to be a lot civilized with the way we deal with public infrastructures.
Okay. Just like you said, government being the scapegoat. Now let's find that scapegoat. If you see in some particular states and in some areas in Lagos, there are, I won't call them manholes, but that's what they are. There are manholes that were built for a lot of this infrastructure to pass through. So most of these cables, they are actually meant to go through those places in future. But due to, just like Doc said, our collective misbehavior, we've blocked a lot of those holes. Some of the covers are even gone. Lagos State is replacing them. So is it possible for us to go back to those particular modern planning, town planning, where a lot or most of these future connectivities, cables can always go through those particular holes? So if anybody is now going to those holes, that person knows that either something is wrong upstairs or we need to find solutions. Because on a regular basis, we see tomorrow they will dig the left side of the road and plant cables. The day after, they will dig the right side of the road and plant cables. Then in between the digging and digging, there will be a road construction, and they will uproot those cables back. We'll see it go on and on. What solutions can we make, both for the infrastructure, for telecommunication, and the road rehabilitation, and for people that also want to connect light and dig road?
Okay, so all of this problem is a government problem, because you cannot put 250 million people in one place and expect that everybody will behave well. Even in households of 2 kids, 3 kids, you have the stubborn one that will break things. So, but it is the responsibility of the parents to instill discipline, to instill the house rules, to say this is what you can do, this is what you cannot do, and whoever defies gets punishment. I believe that is how a household is run, and is no different from running a country. Number one, government needs to have an enforcement law against vandalism, and it's very, very important. The other time, last year, the Minister of FCT complained that in the penal code in FCT, the punishment is 10,000 naira fine, or like 3 months in jail. And they are selling this man-o because it's pure metal, scrap metal. They're selling it for over 100,000. So it's good risk to sell for 100,000. If you get caught, you pay 10,000 naira fine, and you might get away with it because you might not be caught. And this is something that takes people's life, because the man-o is so big, so much that if you miss it in the night and you run into your car some assault, you lose your life, you lose property. And so we need to, and he advocated for a law for stiff punishment, because that is attempted manslaughter and even mass murder. Because imagine a bus, taking 50 people. That is mass murder. That is, maybe a few acts close to terrorism, when you sabotage government infrastructure that take lives of 50 people, 60 people. So government needs to do that. That is one. Government needs to do proper town planning and go digital. Because even the federal government, when they were constructing the Lagos-Calabar Expressway, they damaged some of MTN fiber cables by the coastal way, and they had to redirect, spend money, because they now had to realign the road and divert it from those MTN infrastructure. Then they now had to take away some people's estates that people that have seen that the coastal road is going to save their property. The road now had to pass through those estates. So we've seen that, which is not good, because you've not allowed people to properly plan, because you fail to have a proper data of where all your critical infrastructure are to be able for you to map where your road is going to pass through to save those important infrastructure. Then thirdly, the government again and their agencies and their employees, they have to be available to supervise this contract. Similarly, in Kwara State, when the governor was building a overhead bridge in Tanke, the contractors were drilling over NNPC pipelines that could cause explosion, that could take lives of thousands of people. So we need a proper town planning, like you said. We need it to be digitalized, and we need governments to be able to monitor these constructions when they are happening. They need their staff that knows where all the cables are buried, where all the pipelines are buried, where all the... In fact, the first problem of pipe-borne water in this country was the same construction. Road construction with break pipes, and they won't connect them for days till it dries. It was part of the problem when we were losing pipe-borne water. I grew up to use pipe-borne water in Nigeria, and I remember that every time there is a road construction, the pipe will be broken and nobody will fix it, and you just see water wasting on the road. So everything is back on the table of the government. They need to create laws that will protect everybody's, the lives of every citizen, protect critical infrastructure, and punish people that sabotage government and the people and their infrastructure. So I want to see a situation where if a contractor wants to construct the road between, for example, Bonny Camp and Lekki, and then you go to the government agency at one glance can see all the critical infrastructure on that stretch, and they tell you at kilometer 1 there's an MTN cable, at kilometer 2 there's a NNPC pipeline, at kilometer 3 there's a pipe-borne water going to, at kilometer 4 there is a canal that is taking water to the lagoon, so that the contractor can properly plan. And then again, they have to have their staff that will physically be there when they are working to make sure that they follow the guideline. That is why they are being paid salary. Okay. So everything, in my own opinion, is on the table of the government. They need to rise to their responsibility. If they are building the road with our money, they can as well use our money to safeguard it and protect us.
Yeah, but again, we may not have digitized, but there are also some basic infrastructure that their conception even predates our birth. Take, for example, the coastal road. Everybody knows that road was there. But there's also this side of the argument for me, where people don't even do due diligence on their part. If you remember some time ago when Adams was the governor of Edo State, and it was to dualize the road that connects Benin to the express. A lot of people were shouting that the governor demolished the roads and there were no claims. What actually happened that one government was making that road, all the houses that were along there, government earmarked them for demolition and pay claim to every owner of that property. And then the owner collected money from government and resold the land to people who were not willing to check. And they lived there for more than 20 years.
That happened in Lagos too, in Ilupe.
Because government was not doing the work. So they felt it was free and it was not going to happen until Adams came and he wanted to ensure that the traffic around the border was taken away and decided to say, we want to dualize the road. By the time the record was checked, the people had been settled. But the current owner were victims because no due diligence. So a lot of people do land issues here without finding out.
That's for people, private people.
Yes, private people, yes. Okay. We're also doing some of all these things. Because it's also important that before people are building on certain places, we have to ask ourselves. Take, for example, there's this setback policy, which has been in Nigeria since independence, that if you're building a house and it's along the road, you must create about 3 meters away from the road to allow for expansion. But you see people building in the middle of the road, and they are laying claim Because by law, if you build along that corridor, if government is going to expand that road and your property is involved, nobody's going to settle you because you are encroaching on the government land. Now, these are some of the things. The laws are there. How do we really obey some of these laws as a people?
Sir, I see it differently. Everything that you just said, I've just shown government irresponsibility.
No, but he is talking about private development right now.
I'm getting somewhere. It's still government's irresponsibility because anybody in a civilized society that is being cheated of their money should be able to seek redress. Government cannot simply say it's too fighting, go and sort it out. Government should be able, people should be able to get justice. That is one. That incident that you described happened even in Ilupeju when Buhari and the Minister for Transport at the time, Fashola, were trying to restart the train service. They marked some house, paid compensation, and those houses were resold to other people. And they are Nigerians too. So like I said, it's like an household. So we cannot watch two brothers cheat each other. As a parent, you have to step in and deliver justice. But we don't see that in Nigeria. And when people are building to encroach the road, there is town planning, there are other government agencies that has to do with building. There is urban planning, there is town planning. So what are they watching? They take money for approval for every single building legitimately by law. So your job is not just to sit in your office and dish out approval. Your job is also enforcement. In advanced country, at every stage, the Department of Building, they come, they check the structure, they check your pillars, they check your decking, they check everything to make sure it's up to code according to the approval that they gave you. But in Nigeria, the town planning, they just take money and they sit in their office, they don't enforce, and when things happen, you blame the citizen. Like I said, you are taking money not just to give us a piece of paper to say go and build. You are supposed to make sure everything is up to code, especially houses that will be rented out to the public. Some of these developers, they are not even building for themselves. That is the more reason why government should be interested in the quality of the building that they want to put other people in. The other day, a few years back, in Ikoyi, a 27-story building came down. Imagine, and it was still at the construction stage. Let's imagine they have full occupancy, 27-story building. If it is a flat part building, how many people, how many average people how many people per flat per household? Look at how many lives we will have lost. Yeah, so because government has failed, that is government failure too. You can say the contractor, excuse me, sir, you can say the contractor is using cheap material, but what happened to the town planning that gave approval that is not checking that the building is up to code?
You see, I mean, this is, that's why I said government is always a scapegoat here. In other places, people respect rules. Sir, take for example the case you just mentioned in Ikoyi here. The approval was not for 27-story.
Okay. But
the person who got the approval, you see, because
but they were at the top, they were not monitoring.
At the point when it cost 27,
the cost of monitoring, the cost of monitoring lawlessness will be to the rooftop. You see,
I disagree, sir. I disagree, sir.
You see,
is that an excuse?
It's not an excuse. Okay. What I'm saying is that in Cotonou here, in Benin Republic, you see a policeman with a whistle and a baton in his hand. And when you want to flag a car down, he just simply blow the whistle and the driver park.
Okay.
Here in this Lagos we are talking about, we will have road safety in the same spot. We will have last man in the same spot. We will have the Nigerian police in the same spot. We will have a traffic light in the same spot, just to watch one man. Where else in the world is that done?
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Hold on, I mean, is it not just a reflection of, not just the people, it's a reflection of even leadership? Because the leadership
that's why I'm talking about society. That's why I'm talking about, we must have an enlightened citizens. That we don't need a policeman, for example,
is that enlightenment?
To be on the road for orderliness to happen. That is the point I'm making. You see, there are a lot of things that people are doing, and that's why I cited the case. If you go to, for example, in Baga now, all the barbed wire and the iron this thing that the government has put on the road to ensure that people just followed that thing to climb up and come down. They have vandalized them. Okay. Now, you want government to go position themselves, or maybe governor will go and stay there. So if governor is staying at Baga to enforce that, which of the governor will not stay in Maitu to enforce the one in Maitu? People need to be decent.
Excuse me, sir. Hold on a minute. Can we come in? I think I still remember there was a governor in this Lagos, Fashola. I still remember that very well. And in Fashola's time, those kind of things were not happening because he was able to create agencies that took care of those. And you knew there was consequences when that happened. And you know the governor himself will not make those kind of mistakes. So it's the same thing. When we see a leadership that is not leading by example, the people would normally follow. People are indisciplined because there are no consequences. That is what happens here. When there are consequences, people will behave.
On a final note, sir, enforcement can generate money for monitoring. How do I mean? In New York, traffic light fine in a year is average of 300 million, right? That is put in place by NYPD. Now, the running cost of the entire NYPD is $1 billion a year. So traffic light alone is paying 30%. Look at how many other offenses people are paying fine for. So only traffic offense is paying for 30% of running cost of NYPD. So you see, if you catch one person in Ikoyi that is building off code, his project is about 5 billion. Slam him 200 million fine. He's going to cover all the enforcement you want to do in the entire mainland for a whole year. 200 million for people to drive to sites every day. He's going to cover it. So enforcement can pay running costs for monitoring.
Yeah, but yes, I understand that very clearly. But what is here that we need to talk about is the fact that, yes, you can have very high consequences, and people will prefer to take that course, even when we're having shoot aside or having people still commit crime. But what I'm talking about, the level of lawlessness here in our society, we have to first of all deal with it. Because when you see where things are working, people are not even talking about the consequences. People are looking at the concept of the common good. The concept of the common good. I was driving yesterday, and I was saying to my friend who was with me in the car, if government take this action now, you will see the level of blackmail. Somebody will come to tell you and say, this is, for God's sake, these people are looking for means of survival.
By crossing the road?
Not crossing the road. Okay. Even shading in the middle of the road. They say, oh, they are looking for survivor. Government cleared them. This government is senseless. This government is heartless. That's blackmail. And that's how we live here. And until we get beyond those blackmail.
Why should the government cower for those kind of blackmail?
No, it's not cowering. You see, because that's why I have argued this before. You see, the liberal democracy, after John Locke model, gives the power to the people. So the government is not a leviathan.
But the government was elected to do a job.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The job they are elected is the citizens who determine what job they do. So if you give power to a leviathan who has all the power, then it can force everybody to do something. And you don't want a military rule here.
It's not a military rule for people to obey the law. It's not a military rule.
You see, but the issue is that the blackmail that comes with it. Go and check all the states.
Why would you worry about the blackmail if what you came there to do is
half of the enforcement that goes on in Lagos does not happen in anywhere in this country. And from Fashola's time, people scream, Ambo this time, people scream. Now, people have adjusted that Lagos, when you come, you don't do this. In fact, I know people, when they come to Lagos for the first time, they wait a beggar for somebody that understands Lagos to come and bring them into Lagos so they don't run into one way because they know there's enforcement, they adjust. And again, if you want to really know Nigerians, fly with Nigerian on the same airline to go to any country in the West. You won't recognize them. The way they behave at our airport, everybody is trying to enter the plane at the same time. Everybody is rushing. If they say drop your bag to check it in, they'll bring it into the plane to see there's no space and they'll bring it out. Do such orderliness. But once they step their foot in Europe, even if they ask them to sit on the floor, they'll sit, they listen. When they delay flights in Nigeria, you see people destroying airport properties. But in Europe, let them delay the flight even for 1 year with no airport voucher, with no food voucher. Me as a person, I encourage them to say, oh, you deserve hotel. Go, they will give you a voucher for hotel. They can't even ask for their own rights because they are in Europe. So government needs to step up to their responsibility with enforcement, and citizens will adjust. Because I've seen the same Nigerians that are orderly. Like in 5 hours ago, they were all over the place in Lagos, and by the time they get to Europe, they adjust. They are even scared to ask for their right because they know there are consequences for bad behavior. So government have no business. That's why government is not a person. Government is a body. Government, we are the government, have no business listening to sentiment. They just need to deliver good life for everybody.
Okay, why they deliver good life? This is to contractors, this is to me, this is to you. Please, always do your due diligence, like Doctor will say. Find out where we have infrastructure that is crossing your area you are going to construct. And if you need to cut anything or dig up anything or any form of excavation, please seek local council. Local governments, you should also have a lot of this network diagrams and all the planning on your own side of the divide. We should not be having critical infrastructure damaged in the name of construction or in the name of contracts or in the name of personal buildings. This needs to stop. We want to see this go beyond the security agencies and NCC. We want to see it as a national law. $1 trillion economy cannot happen if we are destroying the little we have. Now let's get straight to automotive economy before we go on a break. Now NADDC, they are seeking a ban on tires, you heard us right, and batteries that are being imported in the country. And the National Automotive Design and Development Council, that's the NADDC, they have called for an end to importation of vehicle tires and batteries into Nigeria. Now, they are saying that this step is critical to strengthen local manufacturing, boosting gross domestic product, and deepening the automotive value chain. The council said continued reliance on imports undermines domestic capacity, drains foreign exchange, and limits technology transfer within the sector. Director General of NADDC, Oluwamimo Joseph, made the call on Thursday in Abuja on a one-day sensitization workshop for stakeholders in the tire battery industry. He said Nigeria already has the raw materials, definitely, we have the market size, definitely, and the labor base to support competitive local production if policy, protection, and investment are aligned. Now, he went further to urge investors to scale capacity and improve standard while calling on agencies to enforce automotive policies consistently. Okay, Doc, I'm going to take you on this because I know you are from that particular state that produced one of the major raw materials for tires. I remember growing up, my father would take me to a pump station, not a tire place, a filling station to change his tires. And all those tires were Nigerian-made tires. There was pride in the Dunlops. There was pride. There were several. They were all made here. I also remember very well because he had friends that were supplying batteries. And most of those batteries were also made here, be it the car batteries, be it the 1.5 volt batteries. All of a sudden, those disappeared. Now, we now see all manner of names of tires in Nigeria, all manner of names. But gradually, things are changing. What should the government be doing to support the National Automotive Council?
You know, I'm not an advocate of protectionism. I don't like the name.
Okay.
I just like people compete in a free market. You see, if you have quality, you have capacity, you have competence, people will always go for what is good for them. I feel that consumers discriminate a lot. They are able to know where their value lies and then go for their value.
But can competition be fair?
Yes, of course, it can be fair. Why not? You see, if we have the local raw materials here, we have the factory here, so which means we are competing against people who are going to incur cost of logistics to come to your place. That's already fairness.
How is it fair? The typical example, China subsidizes their manufacturing sector. A whole lot. Gives them loans with minus interest rates. Give them a lot of, apart from capacity, down to infrastructure development from the state for them to produce, mass produce, and now look for your own market to flood your market. How is that fair to us?
No. You see, I don't think it's about fairness.
Okay.
I don't think it's about fairness. It's about competitive advantage. China does not throw money at factories. It's not as correct when people say that. You see, what you should understand is we always claim that we have advantage. You see, we did it with rice. And what happened? The prices was at the rooftop during the Buhari regime and placed a ban on some certain things that government will not give FS because we can source them locally. It turned out that the cost of things that are producing locally were even twice more expensive than the cost of things that were coming in from the outside. And at the end of the day, those protections only make consumers to suffer. You see, there's no logic that really excites me like what El-Rufai did when he was in Kaduna with WAEC and said to them, please don't give our people any advantage because we're also trying to produce global citizens who are going to compete globally. So what people are looking at is when you have a system that you run and you so become comfortable and you don't improve on that system, naturally that system will die. Those areas you're talking about, Michelin of this world, Dunlop of this world, most of those raw material rubbers were sourced in Benin. Now, when you go to Benin, you will hardly find a rubber plantation. The only place you will see a rubber plantation is in Yanomo, which was planted by government. All the other communities that have rubber, they have cut it down to do cassava farm because we have not been there. So why were they cutting down these things? So these are the things that we need to look. You see, I mentioned this yesterday. One of the biggest problems Nigeria has, which nobody is talking about, was the indigenization policy that we embarked on, where we didn't have competence. And the people who were supposed to help us build capacity, we asked them to go. And we felt that we could run these things ourselves. You go and check it. From that indigenization policy, that's when our economy, our quality of life has been nosediving. Nobody traces that. Because it was a good policy because it was Nigerian kind of policy. We want to do our things ourselves. So, but you check the people, we were at the same level at that time, where they are now. Because somebody has helped them build capacity to a level where they have the resource that will actually add to what they have. And today, they can happily say, look, we are doing very well. So these are the things that we must understand. It's just easy for people to write policies. But how does the policy support the competitiveness of that industry? Because when they are saying protect the locals, we should also export them, isn't that? It will not just be for local consumption.
But let's consume first.
Yeah, but I understand it. You see,
but we have to be able to compete.
We have to
on
compete
a global
globally.
We have to.
Yeah.
And
China is moving into every market because they have capacity. I keep using Tim Cook's argument that they are not in China because China is cheap. A lot of people have argued that labor in China is cheap. That's why people are going to China to manufacture. He said, no, it's not cheap labor. The thing in China is that the material engineers in China, they are so massive that if you put them in 100 football stadium, it will not take them. But in America, the material engineers, if you put them in one room, there will still be space. So these are the things that we need to be talking about. How do we create competitive advantage? It's not just say, okay, government, stop this, so that we can focus on one thing. Let there be competition. So when there's competition, people can now be thinking quality. That's how our textile died.
Can we compete?
No. It's not just tire. That was how our textile industry died. That's what happened to the mining sector.
Did the textile die because of competition?
Oh, yes. Because we're not competing. We're not adding value.
Was it competition? Or?
Oh, yes. We were not adding value. So the issue is that, you see, look at it. Somebody was saying something recent, some years ago. He was a professor in ABU before he moved to Malaysia. And he said he wrote a proposal to the presidency at that time to see how to improve on the palm kernel seedlings for Nigeria. But that proposal, he was begging. He has to look for everybody who can reach the government. Eventually, he got the government, but he didn't get funding for the research. Then, of course, he wrote a proposal, and Malaysia summoned him. So he went to Malaysia. Currently, he lectures in Malaysia. And they funded that research full-time. Now, but when you look at it now, Malaysia don't have a gap in terms of palm oil supply. But Nigeria, go and look at the deficit in terms of locally produced palm oil. So we still import palm oil.
From Malaysia.
Because we cannot meet our demand. What is the difference? The yield in Nigeria and the yield in Malaysia is a difference. Same is with rice. So if you go to Indonesia, go to Thailand, and see people cultivate 1 acre of land to produce rice, they can get up to 16 tons. In Nigeria, you can only get 3 tons. So how do you compete? So this is what we should be focusing on. Let's perfect our researches and see that we can actually compete on a global scale and do things that when we sell even to our neighbors, and they will find value in it. And when they put our own side by side, what is coming from China or coming from Europe, they will prefer your own because you have quality, and probably because you also have material source locally, it's also cheaper. I think that for me is the argument.
Okay. Let's get to you. Looking at batteries and looking at tires, is it possible for us to be able to produce even for ourselves before we start thinking of exporting?
Yeah, it's possible because in no distant history, as far back as 2008, there were still factories here that were producing both tires and batteries. We had Michelin, we had Dunlop. I think Michelin they had a factory in Port Harcourt, and Dunlop had their factory in Lagos. So, but they had to shut down because of they could not compete fairly. We have the market. There are so many things. Number one, the currency has to be better because majority of Nigerians don't buy new tires. So it's difficult for a tire factory to survive here because we
don't buy new tires
in Nigeria.
Now?
Now, 70% of Nigerians don't buy new. I dare say 80% of Nigerians don't buy new tires. And you can know by the number of tire shops that we have. Most of the tire shops that we have, 90% of them, they sell what we call Belgium. The tires from fairly used tires from Germany and from the rest of Europe. So you only have few tires, brand new tire stores that you find in this side of town. So you look at the consumer behavior first. So we have to address the value of our currency. So you cannot be producing something that there is no adequate market or demand to support it. So we are strategically placed. Number one, we have the raw material. Number two, we're in the middle of West Africa, so you are looking at, about 16 countries. But the value of the Naira has to be strong for us to be able to compete globally because number one, you have to have your primary market in your country. So as long as Nigerians cannot afford brand new tires, the banning importation of tire is a non-starter. It's just going to put more hardship on the consumers because
Nigerians still buy brand new tires. Even if it's 10, 15, 20, 30%, they still buy brand new tires.
But that is not enough.
Who is servicing that 20, 30%?
That's what I'm saying. It's not enough to build a factory when the market size is so small. It doesn't make economic sense because Michelin and Dunlop, they are still in this country. They have their corporate office in this country.
Selling imported tires.
Exactly, because they have looked at the economy. If it makes sense, they used to run a factory. They shut down the factory because it no longer makes sense.
Okay.
To sell.
What about batteries? We don't buy second-hand batteries.
We don't buy second-hand batteries? We do.
We'll buy refurbished batteries, not second-hand batteries.
Well, however you call it, it's second-hand. It's not brand new batteries. So for some things that needs a lot, that depends on numbers like tires, like battery, that you need a lot of people to be buying. The naira has to gain, has to have value, so that consumers, everybody want new thing. Don't get it twisted. It's a reverse psychology when I just tell you that Tokumbo, the last past new. It's just reverse. They are just making themselves happy. Everybody wants brand new things. Every single person I know wants to drive a brand new car to say, I'm the first person to drive this car.
Affordability is it?
But we need a stronger naira to support this kind of industries that depend on units.
Okay. While you are advocating for a stronger naira, and Doc is directly open for open markets and saying, bring your wares, bring your market, let's sell. We want to see Nigeria grow. We want to see industries. Those that went, we want to see them get back. So I have to play my part. Remember, you have to play your part. But please, government, support them. Support industrialization. That's our way forward. We're going to a very short break. And when we return, we'll talk Dangote. Is he importing or is he refining? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name, an index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented the inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Alima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. It's still SBL, and we are here live on SOUQ News Television. Remember, you can always follow us on all our social media platforms. So, hey, just head there and look for SOUQ News Television. Follow, like, and share. Let's talk Dangote. Now, Dangote Refinery, they've come out to tell those that have been pushing this particular narrative that they are not importing finished fuel products. Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals have denied, mark that word, denied reports that they claim it imports finished products from outside the country, describing the assertion as incorrect one and rooted in misunderstanding of standard global refining operations. The company said it operates as a large-scale merchant refinery designed to refine crude oil and convert intermediate feedstock into finished fuels and petrochemicals. Now, in a statement on Thursday, DPRP explained that the processing of intermediate or semi-processed feedstock is a routine practice in the international refining industry and does not amount to importing finished products. It said its operations align with global best practices, producing premium quality fuel that meet the honest and highest international specification, the refinery stressed that mischaracterizing its feedstock sourcing risks distorting public understanding of its role in Nigeria's energy supply chain. It reaffirmed its commitment to supporting domestic fuel availability, reducing reliance on imports, and strengthening Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector through efficient world-class refining operations. It's more like, if you remember this book that we read in primary school, One Day, One Trouble. So that's where we are right now with Dangote. So people or a different sector or competition push one narrative, Dangote will come to refute. And people were given this particular notion that Dangote was importing the fuel that he was selling to us.
Well, I told you, we're a society of blackmail. You may accept it, you may not accept it.
I refuse to accept it.
Yeah, but I think that for me is where the issues really lie. Just 2 days ago, when the group managing director of NNPC came out to say that Nigerians should be appreciating Dangote for coming to save Nigeria at this point. Petron went on to the press to say that he should be sacked for praising Dangote. So you see, there are a whole lot of enemy of progress, people who don't want to see good things happen to you. And so we keep flying this news. Now you look at the energy that Dangote in the last 1 year has spent to defend its operation, going to the media for something that will benefit each and every one of us. And these are perpetrated by members of our society. It's unfortunate that that is what had become of so many of us. But I just feel that if they have alternative, they should just allow him and then build their own or continue to import their petrol.
Okay, now you're going somewhere.
And sell.
Okay, okay.
And just allow Dangote to have some peace so that he can focus energy to strategically drive his business to profit. Honestly, my view.
Okay, that's your view. Just allow him. But you mentioned the name. Okay, let's not push it. Do you see competition playing this game fairly at the rate at which they are going?
Competition anywhere, you put in all the tricks that you have up your sleeve to gain the market advantage. But it is up to the umpire to ensure that the competition is a fair competition. You know, they compete in a more civilized way. And again, I'll blame government and I'll blame the press as well, because here anything goes. Like, people come on social media to defame people because everybody has sort of become a powerhouse. In fact, I dare say there are some Nigerians that have more reach than some conventional news outlets. And, you know, they come and, you know, with their 7 million followers, they just drop unverified information. They drop opinions that are not an expert opinion on subjects they have no idea about. And it just goes. It just goes. In the countries of the world, we now have, even if you want to advertise on social media, the government needs to verify the information before you put it out, before you advertise even your business. So, but here, everything goes, and you see all sorts of things online, and it's looking like an animal farm, and it's not different from this. And like Doctor said, this man is spending too much time and energy and resources to be clarifying rumors. Every other 2 weeks, is back to the press, spending money, wasting time to clarify things. So the government needs to step in. And beyond just Dangote, even other smaller businesses, people just come and just, you know, we have the constitution, we have the law in place. Because what happens if this goes on for too long, people will take laws into their hand, because some of these things are sabotage to their livelihood. People will take laws into their hand and they will seek redress however they see fit. And that is anarchy, that is lawlessness. And the press too, I feel like they are complicit in some of these things, and they hide under the oh, this is our source. There are some news that is not worthy to be put out. There are some things, if you cannot verify, because as a journalist, you just don't have a source. You have to verify, because if you don't verify, you are as bad as the source that is putting out bad information. But we have national traditional media that goes to social media to source their news, and they amplify it. Imagine a tweet from somebody that has just 50 followers that nobody is even seeing the opinion, and then the national TV brings it out just because there is an handle. In fact, some of these handles are burner pages that don't have real people behind it, and then you give it a national attention. So we need to do better. The government in the media space, we need to do better as a country, because there's too much distraction going on.
I said something at the radio yesterday, which was, I would like to also re-echo, which is my own understanding of politics in Nigeria, because we politicize everything. So it's either you belong to the ruling party or the opposition party. Now, for us, politics is warfare. You know, in my village those days, NCNC were called strong men. Action group were seen as, you know, those kind of small rain, no heavy rain, that does not go extinct for a whole day. That's the language they used to describe themselves. And those days, when somebody died and is a member of the opposition party, they will say -1. Because everything is counted in political costs. And I think that's the bigger problem that we are facing as a people, when we politicize every decision. And the whole idea is to see how we can drag politics into this thing. So if Amin is not supporting my candidate, he can't see anything good, no matter how good that thing is. See, that's where we have found ourselves. And this is what is sustaining the media industry in Nigeria. So we take advantage of some of all these things, because that's where we get money from. Because you get paid appearances, and the media can survive. Because otherwise, I don't see why some of all these things even find their ways into headlines.
Okay. Now, we are getting some passion, but hey, we'll chest it. It's our responsibility to always put this out there. So wherever it comes, we'll put it out there and people will get to straighten them, just like we're doing.
And stop making money on the back of people.
Well, I have not started making money on the backs. I have not seen the backs yet. When I see the backs, we will determine the money to be made. Now, let's talk about clean water. It's been a long way coming. We want to see pipe-borne waters just as it used to be. Now, Lagos State is beginning an 8-month rehabilitation of the Iju and Adiyan plant. Now, the Lagos State government, they have commenced an 8-month rehabilitation of the Iju and Adiyan water treatment plant as part of efforts to boost public water supply and improve access to potable water across the state. The project is being executed through the Lagos Water Corporation as part of the broader infrastructure upgrades in the water sector. The rehabilitation is aimed at enhancing operational efficiency, restoring aging facilities, and increasing the rehabilitation and reliability of water production and distribution. The Iju and Adiyan plant are among Lagos State's major water supply assets, 7 million of residents across several local government areas and peri-urban communities. State officials say the upgrade will strengthen capacity utilization, reduce system losses, and improve service delivery as demand continues to rise due to population growth. The government said the project aligns with its commitment to improving basic services and public health outcomes, adding that additional interventions across the water supply network will follow to ensure sustainable and equitable access to clean water statewide. Okay. Congratulations to those on the mainland. What happens to others after the third mainland bridge? Because I have not, in all my years in Lagos, I have not seen pipe-borne water when you cross the third mainland bridge this way.
I don't think it has always been like that. Amin has already spoken to that earlier on, where we're looking at public infrastructure. All of us growing up seeing water everywhere. I remember traveling to Cotonou using the bush path up to Ibugila, a community before Benin Republic. You still see monuments of pipe on water.
Not the pipe on water itself, just
yes, the monuments.
Relics of what used to be.
Yes, the pipes are there that are broken now. You still see where the taps are on the streets. And this happened as far back as the 70s. In my village, we were drinking pipe-borne water even when we didn't have electricity. In the whole of Eastland, there was no any community with electricity.
But there was
water.
But
they had pipe-borne water. Because that's the greatest gift the state can give to its people. Because most of the diseases we have to contend with today, most of them are waterborne diseases.
Definitely.
And that's why we have not been able to actually get out of the heavy investment in healthcare, because we don't have access to good water. Elsewhere, people turn off their tap and they can drink from water. I can feel chlorine in those days when I'm drinking water from my village.
Residual chlorine.
So it's unfortunate that we have taken advantage of this and we keep preparing, keep fixing, and it never ends. In 1993, there was a World Bank water project that was laying massive pipes around the whole of Lagos. But if you see, go there now, you see, Mukhtar talked about it, people who are cutting roads and they are breaking the pipe and waters are running. It's a fundamental problem. But I hope that Lagos is able to resolve that issue. Because people like on the island who cannot drink water from borehole should have access to pipe-borne water.
Definitely, I support, I 100% support that.
That's the minimum government can give, and I don't think that should be too expensive. I haven't been surrounded by a body of water that can actually be processed. Now you go to places like Israel, where people are even harvesting water from sewages and converting them to drinkable water.
Okay.
Because they don't have natural water surrounding.
We have that system in Lagos. Buildings like the UBA building on this marina, they have that system where their sewage is recycled. They have that system. The system, we have that system in Nigeria. It's just for government to embrace it. UNICEF has a water project that's been running for close to 40 years across the country. It's been heavily sabotaged because at the state level, they politicize the appointments of the commissioner for UNICEF for each state. So the state governors, they frustrate UNICEF to pick somebody from their political party, whether they are qualified or not. During the time of the former senior president, Bukola Saraki, when he was governor in Kwara State between 2003 and 2007, Kwara State was the only state that did not have a UNICEF program. In fact, Bukola Saraki at the time as the governor told UNICEF to come and remove all their pipes across the state because UNICEF wants to retain the former commissioner that was there between 1999 and 2003, who they claim was the best in the entire country. So because government changed from APP at the time to PDP, so Bukola Saraki, being a PDP governor, is saying, UNICEF, now there is a PDP governor here, we want to change the UNICEF commissioner for this state. And UNICEF said that is the single best performing person in the entire country. So we cannot remove him. And the governor said, then, I don't want to see any UNICEF activity. I will not let your commissioner function. In fact, he go ahead to say, come and remove all your pipes in all the local governments in my state if you are not going to appoint a PDP person to undo. And there was no UNICEF throughout his 8 years as a governor. So that is how much we politicize. Some governors go ahead to put their people forward to get subcontract from UNICEF. This is a program that has nothing to do with Nigerian kobo. But you still find a way to use bureaucracy, to use nepotism to sabotage it, to get contracts to people that will not deliver, to appoint people that have no capacity to head these programs. And states, we should start treating water infrastructure as important as road. Now, across the country, if you ask all the 36 governors, what have you done, including the Minister for FCT, they will say roads. Meanwhile, according to UNICEF, 1/3 of every Nigerian drink contaminated water every day, which leads to diseases and all of these things that doctor was talking about. So the water is as important as road, because all of us consume water. Not enough of us use the road. Like I said, road infrastructure in Nigeria is almost like an infrastructure for the elite, because how many Nigerians own cars? So while water is very, very essential, very, very, very
but
important.
I also feel it's deliberate. Like my friend once told me, and we're talking, he said since he was born, I see politics in Nigeria. Every government, successive government contest election on 3 major things. I'm going to build road infrastructure, I'm going to give you pipe-borne water, and I'm going to give you electricity. No wonder these sectors are non-functional, because if they start to function, there will be no issue to campaign with. And I think that's the worry they all have. Because I was wondering, in Edo State, during Adams Oshomole, there were already basic infrastructure. There was a water body in Ewoimi that was supplying the whole of Ishan water. All the pipe had been laid. The reservoirs are still in place. Just to connect electricity to that machine or buy a new machine and put there, the man invested in what they call it, borehole machines to sink borehole around the state. All the boreholes are not functional as we speak.
And in the same Kwara State, a former governor converted one of the water facility to a private bottling water. The name of the bottling company is called Lear Water. This facility is in Ofagara because it's directly close to adjacent to my mom's house. So I know how they converted that water corporation to Lear bottled water. As a governor, his name is Fatah Ahmed. I'm indicting him because he happened right before me when I was growing up. So this is how they convert state infrastructure to private properties.
Okay. Our time is spent, well spent. Water is one of the human rights. It's fundamental human rights that we can't take away, and we
Who
can't.
can we sue when we don't get it?
That is now we have to localize this suing. You have to start with your councillors, then start with your local government chairman. Then together we can now sue the governor. It's not Tinubu's job to give me water. It's my local government chairman and my governor's job to give me water. So we have to take it up there. And a lot of the UNICEF jobs were they were aids and they were grants. And we keep depending on those grants, forgetting that the water works are still in the state. Why we abandoned them, I don't know. Why we have not fixed them, it still calls for a lot of questioning. Then for those in Lagos, for those on the island, Lagos State, please fix the mainland. Let them have water. Maybe the island people can now come and protest, and maybe from Ekpe, water can now get to us.
What an irony. You are living in the middle of an ocean, and then SOUQ is in your eye. That's tragic.
I want to say thank you to everyone out there that has made sure that Monday to Friday we brought this program to you, to those in the MCL. Thank you very much. Gladys, praise to Sam in Abuja that we are still calling on you. Thank you very much. To Gotten that is not here anymore, but hey, your spirit is here. I want to say thank you. Thank you very much. To Austin, to Gabriel, to Joseph, to Badebo, we'll see you. To Olumide, you can't run away from us. Thank you very much. To every presenter that has been here from Monday till today, we really appreciate you. To Amin and to the Oracle himself, thank you. When we call, you always respond. To every Nigerian, remember this: nobody is more Nigerian than you, and it doesn't matter how far you travel, home is where the heart is. So let's build it. We'll do this again next week. Have yourself a beautiful weekend.
Thank you for being part of SBL this morning. My heart goes to the people of Kayama local government in Kwara State. 75 people and still counting lost their life last 2 days. the governor of the state, Governor Abdulrazak Abdurrahman, should stop going every time to go give the president bad news. He needs to rise up to his responsibility to secure life and property in Kwara State. Kwara State is coming to the headline for too many times for people losing their life. This is state of harmony. This kind of behavior is foreign to us. We don't know this kind of behavior. So the governor needs to rise up to his responsibility and protect lives in that state. Thank you.
Osama Hausa is my name. Righteousness, they say, exalt a nation. Sin is a reproach to any people. Let's embrace righteousness, and then we will see redevelopment in Nigeria. Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Daba road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiecenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
I'm Gode Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media and Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 13th anniversary at Lekki Noveta Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Sierra Leone. They're based in the US, and most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that, you know what boss said, it's beyond me, because the crowd we were expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use is not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset that was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajegule to SOUQ. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at SOUQ. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of SOUQ to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, he said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic, because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Median, everybody's equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, you know, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we do in nominating our people on website, and we have our website. We advertise your name. If you are nominated, we throw it to the public. We started our nominations that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31, because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving an award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down, and we did a lot of things to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic, because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because I have not seen that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me, because even my team, we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things what we have not done before, because in every year of our awards, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. he now made it look so, so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me for UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believe in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And so as young as them, when they brought the ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together, so if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now, because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it all depends on youth like us I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years, because first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign.
Today, industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers gathered in Lagos for the African Credit Expo 2025, a major event pushing for stronger financial inclusion and credit access across the continent.
Thank you for joining us.
Held at the Landmark Event Center, the expo carried the theme Empowering Possibilities and brought together players in digital finance, lending, trade, and small business development. The opening session set the tone, with organizers emphasizing the expo is more than an event. It's a movement aimed at reshaping Africa's financial future.
You know that Lagos is the biggest economy in Nigeria. It is the biggest in terms of human population. Lagos is a gateway to Africa. Lagos is Nigeria and Africa's pride. We are proud to be Lagosians. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, and the people of this great state, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, sponsors, and organizers here present today. I acknowledge the Visionary Credit Registry, Nigeria's pioneering credit bureau.
To deepen the conversation around credit access and responsible lending, the special guest of honor and founder of Credit Registry engaged with journalists on the sidelines of the event. Taiwo Ayedu, who also pioneered the Nigeria Private Credit Bureau industry and chairman of the Credit Bureau Association of Nigeria, is known to have played a key role to introducing the BVN system to the Central Bank of Nigeria and other notable reform in the Nigerian financial industry.
Is to basically try to educate Nigerians and Africans eventually to have a level of financial literacy, to understand the responsible use of credit. Credit is a very, very empowering tool. Before even we know what is formal credit, we've been borrowing and lending for time immemorial anyway, right? So it's not a new thing. It's just that at scale, there's a need to have systems and infrastructure in place to make credit scale, to make sure that if you're living in Agege, you can take credit in, say, Victoria Island. If you're living in Kano, you can take credit in, say, Anambra State. So information systems that we have created allows that to be possible. Allows lenders to be able to trust Nigerians so that if they understand that you have a habit of taking loans and paying back, then they're willing to give you credit, okay? And also, we want to make sure that Nigerians don't abuse credit, okay? Because if you use credit irresponsibly, it can also be very damaging. So the goal of African Credit Expo is about financial literacy.
Dr. Sharif Ayedu, MD CEO of Credit Registry Comments, opened the door for a broad conversation on how technology, data, and transparency can reshape Africa's credit culture. She explained that sustainable credit growth depends on systems that help people to understand their financial behavior and make informed decisions. Her insights highlighted both the urgency and the opportunity within Africa's evolving credit landscape.
We're so happy to welcome definitely the fourth estate here to the Africa Credit Expo. This is our third edition of the expo, and this expo is honestly to really live our brand promise. Our brand promise at Credit Registry is to connect, trust, and empower. And this event allows for us to connect all the various stakeholders that we do business with, from the lenders, the regulators, the individual consumers, the entrepreneurs. We bring them all together on this platform so they can trust one another and then empower each other to be able to have strong financial transactions.
After the ceremony, participants dived into a full lineup of masterclasses, workshops, and seminars designed to demystify credit and provide practical knowledge on financial management, business growth, and trade opportunities. Panels also spotlighted the role of digital tools, fintech, innovation, and responsible lending in expanding economic participation. The expo floor was buzzing with activities as vendors displayed new financial tools, credit tracking platforms, and SME support products. Sponsors and partners including credit bureaus, digital lenders, insurance firms, and payment companies reaffirmed their commitment to supporting financial growth on the continent. The day wraps up with a networking and cocktail hour, a chance for entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators to form partnerships that could shape Africa's financial future. Oyimprie Joseph Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know. If you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes.
In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. All traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakon and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
The core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other developmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Dough has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruits, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3. Get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity. But it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah? I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6, think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Rikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So And only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she'll be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. That's why I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, but whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt, being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By a famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there. With all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly. It's a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, to shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went to actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That host happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But You don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, and to make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians, but somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikena Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our own making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. Then they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije Didu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around, and Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. So we still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First SOUQ. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call it Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first SOUQ, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first SOUQ. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first SOUQ, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, the black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? When are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall. He keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festa in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts of, if there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Hufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members by late Auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the, front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into powder at age 13, and when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly, and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually, I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, because I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our chief, Folami Koka, was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Obaoyekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas, this one claiming this and that. It's your sir. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. with
Worry, your connection.
With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limits then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Ichekiri pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Ichekiri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Ubushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and Asia's customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwere, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw ecotourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on the uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad. Chad, located in north-central Africa, is a land of extremes and quiet resilience. What makes Chad truly unique is its extraordinary geographical and ecological contrast. Stretching from the harsh Sahara Desert in the north to fertile savannas and wetlands in the south. One of its most remarkable features is Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater lakes. Though it has shrunk dramatically over the decades due to climate change and overuse, it remains a vital lifeline for over 30 million people across Chad, Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. But Chad's uniqueness goes even deeper. It is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in Africa, with over 120 local languages spoken, despite a relatively small population. French and Arabic are the official languages, but the diversity reflects its deep ethnic and cultural complexity. Chad is also home to Sakuma National Park, a conservation success story in Central Africa. Once plagued by poaching, the park has rebounded and is now a sanctuary for elephants, lions, giraffes, and rare birds, showcasing the country's ecological richness. In the Enedi Plateau in northeastern Chad lies another treasure, a UNESCO World Heritage Site filled with ancient rock formations and prehistoric cave art, some dating back 7,000 years. These natural cathedrals in the desert tell stories of early human life long before modern civilization reached the region. In terms of identity, Chad is where Arab and Black African cultures blend, creating a unique socio-cultural fusion seen in its clothing, cuisine, languages, and traditions. Despite economic challenges and regional instability, Chad remains a country of untapped beauty, resilience, and cultural depth. It is a land where survival meets strength and where the desert holds not just sand, but stories. This is the uniqueness of Africa, And today, we spotlight Chad, the bridge between the desert and diversity. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
You know, everywhere you look, roads are expanding, stretching, cities, you know, are rising, cables are being laid, power lines are reaching further than ever before. But the real question is not how fast we are building, it is what kind of future we are looking into. You understand? So because infrastructure is more than concrete and steel, it is a promise of opportunity, of safety, of dignity, and of inclusion. And if we get it wrong, that promise cracks long before the roads do. A green Africa is one that grows without destroying its tomorrow. A resilient Africa is one that can stand firm when floods rise, heat intensifies, or economies shake. And an inclusive Africa is one where infrastructure does not choose winners and losers, where progress reaches cities and villages, women and men, young people, and the most vulnerable. My name is Omevi Idolo, and this is Just Africa, the Friday edition. You can see we are super excited. And, you know, I am not doing this alone. I have my main G, my favorite person, Emmanuel Amule.
Oh my God! You just rolled the red carpet. That was nice. Even though we're both wearing blue today, two different shades of blue. Okay, roll out the blue carpet.
Yeah.
What a way to start the weekend.
Yes.
And this conversation is very, very interesting. When I had the conversations with each of the guests offline, I knew, okay. Lots of the Africans need to hear this.
Yeah.
Particularly here in Nigeria, as we start to relate to climate, or talking climate change, this kind of conversation that has to do with someone who has done civil engineering, at the same time is now advocating for green energy, anything green. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's see how we can do that. Because look, right now, we don't understand the kind of heat that we're expecting this year, right? So we have to start to prepare for it. If some of the infrastructure that we're going to be getting, or buildings you're going to be getting, will begin to infuse some of these new ideas that she has pioneered, I mean, it would be great for many more of us to begin to listen to this kind of
Talking
topics.
about heat, I have not felt the kind of heat I felt, was it 3 days ago? I've not felt it for a very long time.
Did you go close to hellfire?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't. I was like the sweat was just dropping. I'm like, what's going on? Throughout the night, I couldn't sleep. You know, that situation where you have to leave your soft bed and be on towel.
Oh, yeah.
That was how I
remember we had Busari, who was also talking about how we could, you know, the heat is making us have less sleep.
Exactly. That was exactly what happened to me.
The climate change now letting us, it's not affecting our sleep. We're not having less sleep. And the idea is having green technology, whatever it is, even if it's to build the roof or to build the walls, whatever it is that can absorb the heat. Because look, we can't suffer outside and be inside and still suffer again. That's double suffer.
Exactly. So we really have to. I think this conversation is very important.
Oh, yes.
So this is the moment of decision. Do we build for speed or do we build for strength? Do we chase short-term gains or long-term value? Today, we are not just talking about infrastructure. We are talking about the future Africa is designing brick by brick, policy by policy, and choice by choice. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do it to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show. This episode of Just Africa focuses on building Africa's green, resilient, and inclusive infrastructure for the future. Infrastructure that works for people, withstands climate shocks, and supports sustainable urban growth. Our guest, Laura Kasone from Kenya is a civil engineer whose work spans mega infrastructure projects in Nairobi, rural roads development, green building practice, and climate adaptation research. As a MasterCard Foundation scholar and MPhil candidate in engineering for sustainable development at the University of Cambridge. And through her work with UN Habitat, she brings both field experience and advanced research on resilience, climate risk, and socio-demographic vulnerability. Her perspective bridges engineering practice, policy, and development planning. Hello and welcome to Just Africa.
Hi, I'm not sure if you can hear me. You can hear me?
We can.
Yeah.
Hi, Laura.
Yes.
Yeah, Laura, I skipped one of your names, and I believe that you noticed that because I'm keeping my tongue intact. Can you pronounce that name?
It's Wathe. So the W-A-T-H-E, that's Wathe. That's how we pronounce it here in Kenya. But I know the other people might struggle to pronounce it, which is okay.
So the name is Wathe.
Wathe, yes.
Yes, what does that mean? What does Wathe mean?
So Wathe is my father's name. And it means a naughty child. So I think someone in the family was very mischievous. And I forgot that name. But personally, I'm a very good girl.
Yeah, of course, you look it. Okay, so let's go into the conversation. When we talk about green resilience and inclusive infrastructure, what does that actually change compared to how Africa has traditionally built?
Okay. Okay, let me see where to begin. So when it comes to, maybe I'll give some definitions for the people, maybe for the lay people who don't understand. I'll start with maybe infrastructure development, because we're going to talk about that a lot within this hour. So that, according to a definition I got on the internet, is the systematic improvement and expansion of essential services and facilities with the aim of enhancing economic and social conditions. So these facilities and services could be transportation, energy, water, health, housing, and most of the time we look at it in terms of the dimensions of quantity, quality, and access. So going forward, maybe as I speak on the infrastructure, maybe that is going to be a good framework to look at what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So when it comes to traditionally, as engineers and as urban planners, architects, and all of us in the industry, our approaches have been focused on more concrete channels to maybe, how do I put it? Infrastructure has looked at historical norms, let me say that. So looking at the building codes, the infrastructure codes, we are looking at the history to design what we have today. But going forward, looking at maybe resilient infrastructure, it means looking more on the future conditions as opposed to the past. So according to this means that the temperatures are going to be increasing. As you said, you're experiencing extreme heat in Lagos and Nigeria, just like in Kenya and probably everywhere else in the country. Floods are increasing. So whatever we have been doing in the past clearly is not sufficing, and we need to look at perhaps create models for what is going to happen in the future and use this to do our designs to ensure that in 100 years, in maybe 50 to 100 years, this infrastructure is still existent and is able to withstand whatever conditions come after that.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Hi, Laura, once again. When you worked with the UN Habitat, right, what were you guys looking out for in your research?
So Okay, I'm very, very new to this, more of the high-level policy and planning that I do with UN Habitats. Previously, my whole career, which has spanned about 4 years after my undergraduate, was more on the ground implementation of projects and programs. So this looks like implementation of roads, the road construction, the basic services, whether it's water, the housing. I was the one on the ground, on-site engineer. So I was dealing with the day-to-day activities. However, when I was experiencing many challenges, and I realized that these were just downstream syndromes to perhaps more upstream challenges, which come from the planning stages, the concepts, when these projects are being formulated, and therefore I wanted a seat on the table so that I can be able to influence more of these decisions. Hence, of course, my transition period, and now I'm at UN Habitat, and I'm doing program support, but I'll give maybe a general overview of what the organization does, and I'm not speaking for them by any means. I work for the West African office, and here we come up with programs and projects that ensure that our focus, which is housing, basic services, and land, is inclusive, it's resilient, it is green, it is sustainable, and everyone has access to it. So this looks like coming up with policies, programs within the region that just ensure that these three things, housing, basic services, and land, are accessible to the entire community or countries in general. So it's more of a high-level planning situation, which you can then cascade to the countries and the municipalities and local communities, and then they can go on to implement them as I was implementing before. Basically.
Okay. So you're a civil engineer, right? And now you're doing conversations around climate and habitats. How do you marry both?
Yeah, great question. So as I was practicing within the civil engineering space, or construction, let me just call it construction industry, I was very keen to marry I was very interested in more interdisciplinary types of situations. I was interested in the health and safety of the site. Where does the waste go when we are producing large amounts of waste within the site? More of the planning, how did this project come into play? Who decided that this was the best project to have here? And therefore, while I was searching for programs to do, this one in particular, the Engineering for Sustainable Development, really spoke to me because it was dealing with exactly that. I think that's exactly the pitch that they had on their side, that, okay, we are marrying engineering with people, policy, and society, and you can see how to better engage with these topics as you're designing for projects and programs. And therefore, after the program and during the program is when you realize how interrelated everything is. Infrastructure is not just a standalone system. It's not just a road. It's not just a house. There are so many things that go into it. And with the accelerating impacts of climate change, the flooding in Nairobi, it's always flooding when it rains. And this impacts the infrastructure in a big way all the time. And therefore, I really wanted to see, okay, is there a way I can deal with the root causes of these issues? And so when you look at it with the big picture, they are all very, very related. And one thing definitely leads to the other.
All right, thank you very much, Laura. Now, I want to ask, how would you describe the current climate change? I know it's global right now, but in Africa, how would you describe the change we are experiencing right now?
Yeah, it's definitely a global phenomena. Africa, we are unfortunate that we contribute very little in terms of greenhouse emissions and waste and all these things. But because of our coping and adaptive capacity, we struggle to deal with the effects of climate change once they do happen. So unfortunately, we are bearing a lot of the brunt of these climate change impacts that they always just talk about in research papers and scientific articles, but literally on the ground, we can feel the effects. As you mentioned, it is extremely hot, hotter than it has been in previous years. And that's not just something that they give from the local meteorological sites where they're like, okay, temperatures have increased. You personally can feel the heat. When it rains, probably it's flooding a bit more. So meaning the amount of rainfall that is coming or that we are experiencing is much higher than the one that we're used to. Coastal cities, I know around West Africa, there's a lot of sea level rise. So coastal cities are really experiencing a lot of the effects of climate change, where the sea is rising, people are being displaced. And just back home here in Nakuru, Naivasha, around that area, many of the lakes have been rising in level, leading to the displacement of very, very many people. And these are effects that are trickling down to the common wananchi, as you call them here. That means the regular person that we can see, but maybe the regular person cannot attribute it to climate change, unfortunately. But it is definitely an effect and an impact from that.
As a civil engineer, do you think that the kind of houses we are building right now, do you think they are strong enough, or do you think they'll be able to withstand the kind of climate change that we are experiencing right now?
Difficult question to respond to, but I will just give a blanket response of no. In Africa, I think we are we didn't say privileged, but our infrastructure has lagged a little behind. We are very, very far behind compared to maybe London or the other developed cities, where most of the building stock that they have is what they will have 50, 60, 100 years from now. They're not doing many new builds, as opposed to Africa, where a lot of new infrastructure is still being carried out. And this infrastructure, the houses, let me use that because that's what you asked, are using the building codes that were developed hundreds, if maybe tens of years ago, which, to be honest, could have been obsolete. And as a matter of fact, there's been a lot of talk on greening the codes, and greening is just a regular word, but improving the building codes to ensure that they reflect the realities of now and whatever is happening in the future. And so the houses that we have perhaps might not be able to withstand the extreme heat that we are definitely going to experience. And this is something that needs to be dealt with immediately by the powers that be. The flooding, whatever the impacts that are going to be experienced, I personally do not believe that whatever we have is going to be sufficient. But the good thing is we have the opportunity to have this step change, because we still have a lot of infrastructure to build as a continent. We are able to incorporate these resilience standards and sustainability standards and green standards from the beginning, before we even design the projects themselves, and hence ensure that, okay, now they're going to be able to house us safely through the storms, literally and figuratively.
All right. Okay, so Laura, what are some of the challenges we are likely going to face if we do not put those standards into consideration when we are building, whether it's the road, whether it's the houses, whatever it is? If we do not put these standards into place, what are some of the challenges?
Okay, maybe I'll give an example of transport, because that's my sector, and Nairobi, because that's my home. In Nairobi, when it rains, the entire city is turned into one large swimming pool. So there's water everywhere, it's flooded, and this just goes to show that whatever we have is not serving us. It is the concrete has replaced all the pervious layers. The stormwater drainages are not sufficient, and when they are sufficient, they are covered with dirt and waste from wherever. And therefore, the effects are felt by everyone. Houses are flooding. People are displaced from their homes. We've built on riparian land, hence whenever it rains, not even extreme rainfall, people are being displaced, houses are filled with water. So given that example, let's say it has rained, there's a flood, the road is impassable. Already that has affected maybe the school-going kids. They're not going to school on that day. They're not going to school probably on that week. It has affected perhaps the people who are going to go to work. This has lost productive hours that could otherwise have contributed to the overall economic development of the country. The infrastructure itself has been damaged, which of course is going to warrant that there's going to be repairs, which also cost a lot of money when literally we could have built a good situation to begin with. So all of this and many other effects lead to, of course, economic losses, which are direct impacts, but also the indirect impacts, which could be felt by the people for sure, which could be mental health crisis, loss of income, just the usual things that you would attribute to perhaps an environmental risk occurring. So so the individual loses, the community loses, the municipality loses, the country as a whole is struggling because of this situation.
Because I think one of the questions would have been, so who suffers when these things are not available? So somehow you've already answered it. Okay, but again, in lay terms, right? Because when we hear green infrastructure, in fact, at one point when I first heard it, I thought you meant to be going back to the times when we were using plants for our roofs. You understand? Or just having plants around our walls. But when you're talking green infrastructure from your own perspective, what do you mean? So I explain it to the common person. Green infrastructure. Are we going to be planting more trees, or are we going to be having roads with plants on it? Explain.
Yeah, that's part of it. When you hear green, of course, you think green, a tree, vegetation, perhaps, which is essentially a part of it. But also, a lot of it has been shaped through a Western lens, where they have like solar panels and green roofs, and some of them might be practical to be cascaded down to Africa, others might not. And so maybe in practical terms, this could mean infrastructure that works in tandem or collaboratively with natural systems rather than against them. So I've given the example of Nairobi's drainage challenges. So maybe a traditional engineering approach would be like, okay, let's do more drainages and let's use lots of concrete to create these drainages so that the water, when it comes, is just going to fall into the drainages and be led away into the, Nairobi River or something. However, we can see that this solution hasn't worked in the past and is probably not going to work. And so this means like maybe green infrastructure in this sense would be perhaps this popular term that they really like to use in the UK, the sustainable drainage systems, where you have, as you've said, maybe doing some vegetations along the road where to ensure that there's more permeable spaces, basically, where water can seep in once it rains. So you see now the road is a lot of concrete where there's no water that is passing through. But now bioswales, permeable surfaces, restored wetlands, as we have built along the riparian lands, those people need to be relocated further back to ensure that the rivers are actually allowed to drain water correctly. And of course, planting trees. And also the good thing about this, they have the benefit of providing co-benefits, basically, such as improved air quality from the trees and the vegetation, urban cooling, which is a huge issue. Heat is a massive issue in our continent. And then also creating community green spaces. So I would say maybe green resilience, maybe if you just look at it as this infrastructure is going to work together with the natural systems, then it can be anything that you want it to be.
Are there ways where some of these things are communicated to African leaders? Because I know we have so many meetings, we have so many books written, but somehow we're still seeing the prevalence of what we should not be doing, especially in urban cities. How do we get them to now listen?
Interesting question, because I don't know in your question whether it's the I don't know if it's the blame or the onus. I don't know if the onus is on the public, on the policymakers, on the planners, on the technical experts, the engineers, and anyone. I don't know who the onus you're placing it on, but I do believe it belongs to all of us. I know that sounds like a cope. However, definitely the policies and the government has a huge role to play, unfortunately. Coming with maybe policy shifts that ensure that, okay, we're doing risk assessments for all infrastructure projects and trying to project, okay, should something occur, should a risk occur, how will this infrastructure fare in such an environment? So when it comes to planning and policy, the government has its part to play. The technical experts, I'll call them that, the engineers, the architects, the people who are in the built environment, they have a huge role to play, of course, by familiarizing themselves with whatever sustainability resilience means within their context, wherever they are, how they can incorporate this into their designs and into their practice and into whatever they're doing in the built environment, as well as the community for sure has a part to play in being able to recognize, okay, what exactly it is I can do as an individual to affect perhaps the entirety of the community. Maybe I'll say that. Put my laptop on a charger, just a moment.
Okay.
All right, Amolo.
Yeah.
You understand that she has said a lot already.
I remember one of the first things what struck me most was when she was relaying what happens in their cities in Kenya. And I was like, okay, this is very awesome.
She'll be back. She'll be back. I really want to ask her. Okay. Laura, you're there. Welcome back.
I'm back. Sorry, my laptop was going to go off.
All right.
Sorry,
okay. So you were talking about the green structure in Kenya. Now, most times, just as our Emmanuel said, most times when we talk about green infrastructure and all that, our attention is focused in the urban area. We don't talk about the rural areas because we believe that they have the natural ones. They have the trees and everything. But sometimes we forget that not everyone in the urban areas can actually afford the green infrastructures we're talking about. So how affordable are these green infrastructure in Kenya?
The green infrastructure, I don't know if I can put it upon individuals mostly.
Okay.
I mean, you can have a green roof in your house, but how much is that going to affect the entirety of the flooding within the area? Then I'm going to go back to the question, or maybe the comment that you made about the focus on urban areas. I'm going to maybe not defend it, but preface it with the fact that a lot of the focus has been on urban areas because a good percentage of the population right now in Africa lives in urban centers.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be about up to 70% in 2050. So urban centers and urban areas are going to be packed with people, and already there's the infrastructure gap is so large. And I think that's why maybe most of the time the international players, the local players identify how much it's going to be a crisis if it is not already. And therefore the focus becomes mostly on the urban areas. But you've rightly pointed out, for sure, even in the rural areas, there's work that needs to be done. And sometimes maybe not correctly or correctly, people in the rural areas perhaps do not have enough I won't say finances, maybe adaptive capacity to deal with maybe like in the country, a lot of the landslides, mudslides, lots of flooding happens in rural areas, and many of these people are displaced once that happens. So of course that can be looked at the moment, but also I'm not an expert in that, so I wouldn't comment on that. On the green infrastructure and affordability,
yes.
It's expensive. There's no way about it. It is expensive.
Sometimes it could be difficult, you understand?
No, and I don't want to give misleading information.
We are trying to give the right information, which is very important. Now, since we'll be talking about green infrastructure, we'll be preaching it, we'll be talking about clean energy, we'll be talking about building good houses. We have been preaching these messages to many people in the urban area again. But when people go for tree felling, we go to the rural area. We go to the rural areas. How much information do we give out to the people in that area to preach against tree falling, cutting down trees, and everything that will make even that area to become hot, like the urban areas? How much of this knowledge do the people in the rural areas have about green energy?
That's a great point. Personally, in my country and in my community, I come from a community called Kamba. And in our area, my rural area, that is exactly the problem that we have run into. There was rampant cutting down of trees for fuel, of course, spanning the 90s, 80s, 2000s, and we've cut down the trees. And I mean, we just thought we were collecting firewood to cook, because which alternative do we have? But now, historically, the place is just known as this dry place that barely ever gets rainfall, and literally that's what we're known for. But you see, also, as I said before, it's difficult for the common layman, as you've said, to relate, to see the correlation between the dry seasons that we're experiencing at the moment with the firewood I used to cook 2 years ago. So I agree that the local person, the rural person, any person, even people in urban areas, needs better access to information, to education. I believe it should also even be in the curriculum, the educational curriculum, that causes have effects, or the other way around, effects have causes, that one. And even being privy to some of these causes and effects. To what extent, I'm not sure how much of it is required to be useful. And even if the people receive the information, will they be able to follow through with it? Because, I mean, fine, you can tell someone, don't cut down this tree, but then also what are they going to use for cooking? So I think information has to be accompanied by also alternative sources of whatever it is that you're asking them not to use.
Yes.
You know, whether it's clean sources of fuel, whether it's electricity connection. Yes, but you just can't ask someone, don't do this, don't build on riparian land when people have no access to any other pieces of land. You know, so at the end of the day, all of these things need to be looked at in a holistic view and not just in a way that is going to punish these people who perhaps this is all they have to use at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura. So I will take you back a little to when you talked about government policies, government making some policies that will help build green infrastructure. Now, my question is, those policies that the Kenya government has, how often do they carry those policies, how often do they implement them when it comes to building green infrastructures? Hello, Laura, are you there?
Yeah, I mean, can you hear me? I think I'm breaking off a bit.
Yes, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
I think the answer lies within your question. In Kenya, in East Africa, in Africa, probably the whole of the world, because my research was... Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, all right, we'll go on this quick break, and when we return, we will be asking Laura that question again. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prize bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We're still having this conversation on green infrastructure with Laura, who is a civil engineer, and her work spans mega infrastructure projects in Nairobi. Hello, Laura, you there?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, I've had to change location. I mean, internet can be internet.
Yes, okay, so my last question was on government implementation of policies regarding or concerning green infrastructure. How often do they carry out those policies? For instance, a building must be built in a certain standard, and if the building that infrastructure does not meet the standard, how often do they prosecute such company for not working up to standard?
Yes, so, and I think even before the break, I was saying the exact thing, that the answer lies within the question, barely ever. And this is something that is consistent within Kenya, within East Africa, within Africa, and even with the research that I did carry out in my master's, it was the same thing there in the Western world. The ratio between, I won't give a false ratio, between the policies that are created and the implementation on the ground is very minimal. There's lack of follow through with the authorities, with the governing bodies. So, for example, Kenya has amazing policies on sustainability, on resilience, on all these things. However, on the ground, none, if very little, is reflected within the realities on the ground. Also, there's an East African Community Climate Responsive Building Guideline, which gives like a regional model of what maybe climate responsive infrastructure should look like. However, enforcement is very weak, barely anything has been done. So unfortunately, that is where I put the challenge to the policymakers and also us as the electorate, I'll call us that, to put pressure on our elected officials to follow through with whatever it is that they come up with, if they do come up with them in the first place, so that we don't have just policies sitting on gazettements and papers somewhere and not reflecting anyway in our lived realities as citizens of the country.
All right, Laura, so I need you to speak to two categories of people, right? I want you to advise Africans on how to prepare themselves for the future in terms of infrastructure. That's on one hand. And of course, I would also like you to speak to civil engineers like yourselves who are already practicing and those young ones who are planning to practice, what they should start to begin to do, or what they should start to do when they are targeting perhaps a future in 10, 20 years, what it should be like in terms of climate resilience infrastructure.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great note to end the interview. I think for young Africans like myself who are hopefully, who are optimistic, who are ambitious, and we have great hope and ambitions for the continent and what it has to offer us, I would ask us to stay informed. Go out there, read on news articles, see the correlations. I would ask us to vote wisely, whichever country you are in, and make sure
vote wisely.
Very important.
the people that you're voting for. Yeah, vote for ideologies, not people or tribes or whatever. Vote for people who you think once they enter the office, they're going to serve your interests, because all these effects, perhaps the politicians have the opportunity to fly away to whichever country, and but as we have our country and we're going to stay here, so we need to vote for people who have our country's best interest at heart. So I think those two things, be informed, both in terms of climate and also civic education, and vote wisely to the common mwananchi, sorry for using a Swahili term. And for the young African engineers, and especially focusing on sustainability, I'll give 3 pieces of advice. First of all, I would ask you to cultivate interdisciplinary competence. That's the first thing I started with when Emmanuel asked me where I saw the correlation. I think being a good civil engineer, mechanical engineer, whatever, transportation engineer is not enough. You need to understand the correlation with policy, finance, social dynamics and society, as well as in the environment, to ensure that whatever designs you're doing are going to be user-centric and are going to reflect the realities on the ground. Second, I'm going to say center people in your practice. There's a joke or whatever that as engineers, we can just see things through a very boxed point of view, but I would ask us to see every design decision as affecting human lives. It's not just a road, it's a road that many people pass through every single day. So visit the communities that your infrastructure is going to serve, understand their realities, and then design with them in mind. Not just giving a top-down approach where you're like, yeah, this is going to be good for them without consulting them. And then third and lastly, I'm going to say you need to champion evidence-based practice. So demand for data before you're designing all these projects and programs. Ask questions, question assumptions, learn from the failures, because there are lots of failures. Buildings, what are they called? Falling every other day here. And measure outcomes and use these outcomes to inform your future designs to ensure that you are, building for the future. So, I think that's a good way to end this.
Honestly, it is. I love what you said. Get data, ask questions. Don't just put something together and assume it suits them. Thank you very much, Laura. But this question is not a woman thing, because I know Emmanuel is not going to like it. No. But when people see you as a woman who is into civil engineering, what was the reception like? Do they say, what does this woman know? Do you face those kind of talks?
Maybe I think previously and even currently, it is a very male-dominated field. And even maybe I'll give the reflection in my undergraduate class, the ratio of men to women was 1:5. So there was like 100 men and 20 girls. When I went to practice, that was much, much more evident, where you'd go to site and there's no female toilets, there's no sanitary facilities. Yes, in this big 2025, or all these other things. But and even as you climb higher, sorry, that's my cat. As you climb higher within the industry, you will find that there's still not many women. So there is a big gender gap to be closed. But I don't know, my parents were supportive, my family was quite supportive. And I think even as I'm going, I do have I do mentor younger ladies who want to go into STEM, and I tell them of the realities of things, and I tell them you're as capable as the next person to pursue this career. And I encourage everyone to do it. As a young woman, go for it.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much, Laura, for coming on the show today. So you are in Nairobi right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what part of Kenya are you from? This is just Africa.
Yes, I live in Nairobi, born and raised, but I am from the community called Kamba, and where we naturally reside is in the eastern part of Kenya, and it's called Kitui.
Okay, so what do you speak there? The language.
Yeah, so I mean, in Kenya we speak English and Kiswahili, so I'm fluent in those, but now I speak Kamba. Kamba is now my native language.
And we're beautiful. So you're not going to speak English, you're not going to speak Swahili, now you're going to speak Kamba.
I might struggle with that. Maybe Swahili.
No, not Swahili. You said, what did you say?
No, she said Kamba. She now speaks Kamba.
You said you speak Kamba. So you're going to tell people, you're going to greet people, you're going to greet all Kenyans, those in Nairobi, those everywhere in Kamba. And tell them to keep watching SOUQ News, to subscribe to Just Africa. She's laughing.
I'll do it in Kiswahili. I don't know our language.
All right.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. So, naitwa Laura Kasuni, and na nimetoka unaona hata na struggle kuongea Kiswahili, but naomba tune in kusikiza hii show ya Just Africa na Emmanuel na tuendelee kuendeleza Afrika kama kontinenti yetu. Oh my God, that was horrible.
I think they get it. I think anyone listening will get it.
Yes. So that's not a big problem. Thank you, Laura, once again for coming on the show.
You guys are wonderful hosts. Thank you so much for asking me to do this. And thank you for what you're doing. I told Emmanuel, I watch your show. I love the guests you bring. I love the diversity. I was watching the things that you were playing before the show started, and I just love the Africa focus. And yeah, let's do it.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Laura.
Emmanuel, but why is it that when we speak our African languages, English must come in at some point? She was speaking Swahili and the word "but" came in.
It's like when those of us who grew up in Lagos, for example, and they are from different parts of the country. And then those ones are from the eastern part. You now hear things like, "Oh, you're now speaking Ngilibo." That's when English and Igbo together.
Okay.
So the thing is, look. So long as the person you are speaking to understands what you're saying, don't just leave like that. No. Because the truth is, look, one way or another, if you want, you already know there's cultural diversity.
Yeah.
But if you also want the society to grow, you must learn to embrace a lot of people. That's why even those of you who do not understand your mother tongue, just learn something.
Yeah.
Even if it's in the community where you are, learn that language. We can understand it. So again, it's communicate. Language is supposed to be a way to communicate. So
I really wish I can communicate the importance of grain infrastructure that Laura just talked about in my local dialect. In my dialect, so that my people will understand that.
But I think those ones back home don't have so much of a problem. It's because of us in the urban center.
Yes, but I really want to communicate with them and tell them that enough of deforestation. Enough of it, that right now the heat is not smiling at anyone. The climate change we are experiencing right now, it's on the high side. So the earlier we take care of ourselves, the earlier we take care of our health, the better for us. Let's live in a clean environment. I think that is just the summary of what Laura is saying. Yes, that's how we've come to the end of the first segment of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We'll go on this break, and when we come back, we'll move straight to the second segment, and we'll be coming with another interesting guest. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Daba road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the SOUQ gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. This is the second segment of the show. And I still have my favorite person with me in the studio, Emmanuel Amulo.
Yeah.
So,
and we're going to be talking a lot about events happening across Africa. I mean, it was going to spotlight in the news today.
Yes.
Many of them are very, very interesting.
Because it is, most times we just talk about development.
Yeah.
We're still going to talk about some of the business aspects of of Africa, and that's what we'll be doing in the second segment. So our first story is Nigeria's Naira and Zambia Kwacha expected to extend gains against the dollar. Now, Nigeria's Naira and Zambia's Kwacha have been steadily gaining ground against the US dollar, driven by improving macroeconomic indicators and cautious optimism among investors. In Nigeria, rising foreign exchange inflows from oil and remittances, combined with tighter monetary policy, are helping stabilize the currency. Analysts suggest that if these trends continue, both currencies could maintain a modest upward trajectory in the coming months. Now, Amulo, we're looking at the impact of oil remittances and copper exports on currency strength.
So each of these countries are making moves that, you know, kind of like move their eyes away from, whatever it is that, for example, Trump is doing to the tariff and everything. So they got large copper in Zambia, and I mean, if they start to trade in that one, it's just like using your natural resources and trading it. And of course, when they are doing well in the international market, it starts to help your own currency. Let's not even argue what Trump is doing with his dollars. Right? Because the last time they had a conversation with you, like, it doesn't even matter if the dollar is crashing, because it's been crashing, right? And I remember when this news came out, some of us here in Nigeria will always tell you, the dollar is crashing, that is why it looks like our own is improving. It's not like we're doing anything. But this report is showing, at least it came from Reuters, that, look, our oil remittances have improved, right? That is essentially where we trade, the money is coming back to us. it has improved. Well, you can say maybe because of things that happen in other countries, or maybe in the Middle East, but it has improved. This is one thing.
Okay.
And of course, even remittance on its own, like FDIs, have also improved. And our trading has also improved as well. Our export has improved. So obviously, you will see that our currency will definitely improve.
Yeah.
And other countries are also having certain in African continents, and like the Kwacha. So look, anything that you are doing and it's working, the next thing you should be thinking about is sustainability.
Yeah, good.
I was saying already.
That was
like,
what I wanted to say.
many African countries are now beginning to focus more on the AFCTFA trade, that's the whole trade agreement. They're now paying attention to it so much more. More of them are trying to do businesses with each other. Only yesterday, I think it was Ghana and Zambia as well, also signed a deal to allow the visas to, easy access, for trade as well. I think, I can't remember which other country, it was Gambia or something. And they signed around those ones did their own in terms of the mining. And it was good, it was great. And many of them are, essentially doing trade amongst themselves, African countries, which look, in all honesty, if we continue this trajectory, Africa can now do a bit of standalone, even if we now have to do businesses with the international community.
I'm going to stay in just Africa.
We'll focus more.
Don't go to SBI. We'll go on this quick break. Just Africa continues. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiecenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, Wefi. This POS matter don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go reach 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Okay, so welcome back. Across Africa, many founders and business owners are hardworking and full of ideas, yet constantly they are overwhelmed. They juggle hiring, admin, operations, customer issues, and strategy all at once. As a result, businesses stall not because the ideas are bad, but because leaders are stretched too thin. Hiring is rushed and basic systems are missing. So this second episode of Just Africa examines why many African businesses struggle to grow beyond the founder and what it takes to build a structure early. Our guest, Yvonne Kwako from Ghana, works closely with founders, CEOs, and growing teams across Africa and globally, helping them streamline operations, recruit effectively, and free up leadership time. Drawing from real experiences with startups, SMEs, and remote teams, she shares practical lessons on delegation, simple systems, and avoiding costly hiring mistakes. So, I want to say a very big welcome to Yvonne. Hello, Yvonne. Yvonne, are you there? Welcome to Just Africa. Please unmute your mic. Your device, I meant to say.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you crystal clear. How is Ghana this afternoon?
Ghana is fine. Ghana is fine.
That's good. Welcome to the show. Okay, so let's have a conversation here now. At what stage should a founder, a business owner, a CEO stop handling admin, emails, and scheduling themselves?
Okay, so the moment your admin work, your emails, your follow-up calls, and all that, the moment they start interrupting your business's progress, you should know that you ought to get an assistance. You got to get somebody hired. When it gets into your productivity time, you know, founders have a lot to do. They have a lot of strategic thinking to do to move their businesses forward. And they need a lot of time to be able to focus and then get that done. So if your emails, if every time a founder has to maybe cut some work, go and then check on a particular email, call here, he has to pick that call, he has to follow up on some other clients, all that interrupts the progress or the productivity of the founder. And so then if it gets to that point where you're spending more time sending emails, you're spending more time doing the little details of the work, then you've gone beyond the period where you have to get some help. Yeah.
But some founders will often say, I can't afford it. I can't afford that help. It is too costly. That time that I will use to go and do some other things, if I put it into my businesses, you will see that the business will boom. Would you consider that as a mistake, or it is just something that, just let the business go?
Okay, so the thing is, you might not be able to, you think that you cannot afford help, but the thing is that you're already paying for the help in the wrong way. Why am I saying that? You are paying in the sense that you are getting delays, you are getting burnouts, and then you are losing money because you are focusing on the little things instead of making more time for yourself and then for your business. And that is costing you. So you're already paying. And this cost is greater. Sometimes founders lose some business deals because, they missed a little detail somewhere, or they forgot to follow up on one client or another. And that is more costly than paying somebody to handle that small part of the work that you have to handle. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Yvonne. One more time. So, you've been working with founders, CEOs for a while now. If you were asked what is the most important thing that they think they are doing, but it is costing them a lot more, what would it be? Maybe one or two.
Okay, so number one would be that they are the ones maybe handling their own emails. They are the ones handling their own follow-up calls. They are the ones drafting their own receipts. All those things, they are important. They appear to be important. But then if all that is taking the founder's time, then you are in for trouble. Those things cost us more. It doesn't help them focus on their work. So then those things are things that they must immediately hand over to someone else to handle so that they can focus on what matters most. Even though the mails are important, it's not as important, and it's not too much important of a thing that they cannot leave for someone else.
Yeah.
No, but some founders are very, very, very scared.
Stubborn too.
Yeah. We know that, some of them are stubborn. Some are very scared of just leaving the daily operation of the business into the hands of someone else. Because looking at businesses, especially SMEs, you will notice that I spoke with one that said that it is most times businesses don't just die. It is the staff, the workers that make businesses to die at some point. So at this point where a founder is afraid of leaving his or her business in the hands of his or her workers, what would you tell the founder? How would you help that kind of person to build confidence so he can have time for other things and have confidence that the workers will be okay? I hope we were told that the guest internet.
Hopefully when she gets back.
Yes.
I know why I was interjecting to say many of them are stubborn. Look, somebody says he has built a business.
Yeah.
He's running his business. In his mind, he's successful because, again, maybe little trickles are coming in, right? And then you want to now come and say you want to advise him to change his ways because maybe he will make more if he's doing less. And I'm like, how do you correlate the two? I've been doing this particular system.
Yeah.
He's giving me this maybe X, Y, Z, maybe 50,000 naira every month. And you're telling me, for me to make this 50,000 naira to become 500,000, I will now do less work.
Yeah.
By getting somebody else to do it. How do you convince that person is very going to be hard? It's going to be very, very hard, especially in Africa.
Okay, Yvonne, welcome back.
Thank you. So sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, it happens. So I was asking for concerning a founder who doesn't have confidence in his staff. How would the person be able to do other things?
Okay, so they first of all should be able to understand that your staff are people that you work with. Okay, your staff are people you work with. So you should be able to trust them. Working with someone you can't trust is a no-no. Is a no-no. Once you have the people hired and once you are working with them, then you should be able to trust that they can handle whatever it is that you have to hand over.
Okay.
Okay, because if you can't trust them, then it means that work will be some way. It won't go on as expected. It won't go on as well because then you end up always doubting everything the person does for you. You would always end up questioning, and you can't even focus because even though you've handed the thing over, you'll be there thinking that, hey, how is this person doing it? Is she doing it? Is she not doing it? Is she doing it well? Hey, has she put the dot here? Has she? No, because you don't trust the person. But you should be able to trust the person so that once you hand that task over, you can rest your head or do something else because you know that Charlie, Yvonne has got it or AC has got it.
Yeah.
You know, So then you should trust everybody that you are working with. My boss can give me something to do.
Let me poke into what you just said, Yvonne. Let me poke into that. So when you are hiring, because again, you hire the person and then you don't trust the person. Perhaps the problem is now in the hiring. What is that thing that they often overlook, right? When they are hiring, and then when you now hire the person, you're now saying, oh, I don't think this person can do this job. What have they been overlooking when they're hiring?
Okay, so one of the things that most hirers or most founders overlook is that, number one, they don't have a clear job description. Okay, and hiring is usually done in a rush. They do the hiring in a rush. So once you rush stuff and then you also look at maybe the cost of the person you are hiring. A lot of the times they tend to maybe go for an option or a person that is a bit lower because they think that, oh, this one doesn't cost me much, and or maybe I'll pay maybe a good person that can be trusted, that can deliver on the job, might be asking for, let's say, 5,000, and then they come across someone else who says, oh, I can do it for 2,000. So and then they think about the money involved and they're like, okay, let me go with 2,000. And then 2,000 comes in and, oh, it's a disaster. So sometimes the cost involved is something that makes them not hire right because they chase after cheaper labor rather than making the investment of getting a very good person at maybe a little higher price or a much higher price who can really deliver on the job. And then another thing too is that sometimes they tend to bring on people who maybe the person needs 4 different roles. Okay. Maybe the person needs a graphic designer, he needs an operations manager, he needs an EA as well. But then they get somebody who says, I can do all the things that you are talking about, all the different roles in one person. Okay, all the different roles in one person. Oh, I can do it. And then the person is charging lesser than somebody who is good at the job, but then is charging at a higher rate. And so they tend to go on for the person who claims to know how to do everything, and then yet is charging very little. And then comes trouble because now you are expecting the person to do all the things that they said they can do or all the things that they said they will do for you. And they are not meeting up to the task. They are not performing as they said they would. Or then they start complaining that, how can you expect me to do all these things and then be paying me this amount of money? Then there's confusion.
Okay, so I know that hiring mistakes can happen anytime, right? And eventually you don't want to let it to cost you maybe for the business and all that. But one of the things that you highlighted in the last response was somebody can have multiple efficiencies, right?
Yes.
How do you manage that without having to maybe redefine the person's role? For example, if the person is already putting in the work as your office assistant, right? And then, but he has another skill that is valuable to you. How do you make that person be productive in both sides without it affecting your business?
Okay, so one of the things that you can do as a founder is to clearly state out the person's role. Okay, the person clearly state out the things that you expect the person to do, because sometimes there are issues where you may be expecting the person to do A as well, in addition to their responsibility they already have with you, but then you haven't told them that I expect you to do A. So then they do what, there's a lot of assumption. They tend to assume that, oh, I'm supposed to do A, B, C, and that's just it. Meanwhile, you also have your own plans for them. So then it would help, or it helps if the founder is able to clearly state what they expect of them, what role you have, the person has to play, what responsibilities the person is taking on for you, and then what their success is going to be measured by. All those things have to be clearly stated so that once work starts, there's no gaps anywhere.
Yes.
Okay, and there's nothing lacking. Yeah.
My question now is, do you really think, from your own experience, do you think that a person with different abilities, do you think the person can actually function effectively in all of the person's abilities?
Yes, the person can function effectively. Like I said, if roles are stated clearly and the person is very much aware of what is expected of them, they are very much aware of their timelines, they are very much aware of what their successes are going to be measured by, then they can deliver. Okay. In the case where, assuming for myself, I am made up of a lot of things. I do many things. I can fit into an event organizing role. I can fit into an administrative role. If you expect me to do customer service, I can do it. But as and when I need to know that, oh, maybe today I need you to do this, tomorrow I need you to do this, or these are the kind of things I expect you to do. And then get your expectations right. So you tell me what you expect, the kind of results you expect, and then I would be responsible for making sure I meet all my timelines. Okay, it's just about the person being aware of their timelines, the person being self-conscious and self-aware of what they can take and then what they cannot take. So knowing what I can carry, or knowing how far my abilities can go, I should be able to clearly meet all my deadlines. Okay, so far as there's preparation, so far as there's priority management, they should be good to go. You should be able to deliver no matter how many things are expected of you. It's just about managing your time and managing it well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Yvonne. So excuse me, I want to ask again, this one is concerning founders, the founder, the owner of the businesses right now. Some of them, like Emmanuel said, some of them are very stubborn.
They don't set up their business and you want to be serving for them.
Yeah, so some of them are very stubborn. When you give them advice, they won't listen. When you give them ideas, they won't buy into it. And the staff clearly understand that this idea, this thing I'm telling this man or this woman will scale up the business. How do you handle those kind of difficult bosses? And in addition to that, hold on, Yvonne. In addition to that, some of them comes back to tell you that the staff are the one running the business. So how do you handle it?
Okay, so in the case where they tend to be difficult, okay, sometimes those kind of people always have a way that you can deal with them. So for me, one thing I do is that, I get to know the person very well, get to know the person, get to know how the person likes his or her things done. Okay, once you get to know how the person likes his or her things done, and once you get to know, you study them enough to be able to know how to maneuver your way to get them to understand you, or to get them to accept something that you are suggesting to them. Sometimes it's about the way we say it, or it's about the way you push the idea. If you push it in such a way that it's like you are forcing it on them, you are telling them what to do, or hey, you should do it this way. And boss, the way you are doing the thing there is not like that. So we have to do it in a different. No. If you use the wrong tangent, straight up, your idea will be eliminated. Okay. So then you have to find a nice way, or to say it, or you have to find a way of chipping it small in other conversations. In other conversations, you should be able to manage it, push it in small. Maybe one day you can say that, oh, yeah, so maybe, boss, the last time we were doing this, it went this way. Next time when we are doing it, can we try doing it in a different way? Or sometimes you have to try whatever it is you are coming to suggest yourself.
Okay.
And then try to, if it's an idea, you can test yourself.
Yeah.
Test it, work on it. Make sure that, Shale, you have all your bags and then your what ifs answered, okay, before you push the idea. Because once you push it, sometimes they are thinking more about their business. So they don't want their business to crash. And they won't, sometimes they won't even forgive themselves if they allow that it is because of somebody's idea that their business crashed. That's why they don't work. And so you have to find the best way to sell them the idea and give them proof, real proofs that shows that what you are pushing in or what you are suggesting is something that will work and is something that will add to their business. Once you can prove it, they would accept it, because then they have the assurance that, okay, she has already tried this thing and it's working. ABC evidence show that when I adapt it, it will work for me. Okay, then I will try it.
Yvonne, is I just want to add to what the question I asked earlier, maybe in a different ways. When a founder decides to change the goalpost, when I make goalpost here now, today we agreed we're going to do this. Then you come back tomorrow and say, no, we're not going to do it that way anymore. We're going to do it this way. And the person comes the following day and says, no, I don't think it's going to work that way. It's going to be this way. For me, I believe it affects the effort of the worker. At the very first point, the person's mind has been designed in a certain way. Okay, this is how I'm going to achieve it. This is the goal. This is how I'm going to achieve it. Then you come to another day, you change it. You come the other day, you change it. You keep changing it that way. How do you achieve goals by doing that?
Okay. How does the founder achieve goals, or how does the
founder, I'm talking about the founder now. How can a founder scale up his businesses, or his business, as the case may be, by changing goalposts when it comes to decision making every time?
Okay, so the first thing is that we don't have to constantly be shifting goalposts. Okay. Once you are always shifting goalposts, you rather put your business at risk, because then you make the people that are working for you to suffer in a way, because then they get confused. They don't know what else to do, because today you are saying one thing, the next day you are saying another thing. It doesn't work that way. It makes the structure weak. But then once there's a solid structure that is working, and everybody knows that we are going in this direction, then you can be sure that your business will do well because there's a particular structure that everybody is working with. But when the structures keep changing, today is this, tomorrow is this, tomorrow is this, your business might not go far, unfortunately. It wouldn't go far. It will suffer along the way.
Yeah.
There always has to be some clear structure that everybody is working with.
Understand.
So that then you, the founder, you are able to measure progress. And then the workers are also able to work efficiently because then they know what they are doing, they know the channels they are going through, they are not confused.
Yeah.
So there has to be structure. You can't keep changing the goalposts and expect results. Yeah.
Yvonne, I was listening to you and on my mind I was like, you must have done HR work. Because it sounds like you're a very HR person now. You're assigning tasks and everything. But if, for example, you've been working with a lot of SMEs, right? If you were to advise one that the only thing he can afford is just one person to hire, just one person, that will help him, manage his business very well. What would that, or who would that person be, or what kind of roles would you expect that person to carry out?
One of the things that, or one of the roles that they should consider hiring is probably a person that has an operations background or an executive assistant. Those ones work most because they're able to kind of fit in every small task, every other role. Sometimes people that also have project management backgrounds would also work because then they are able to handle projects for you. They are able to put events together. I, for one, I have an event management background. I do recruitment. I have the HR side, and then I have an admin side as well. And I'm able to fit into front desk sometimes. So then if you have somebody who is well-rounded, an executive assistant who is well-rounded and then has a bit of events, a bit of operations, a bit of admin, somebody like that would be a perfect fit because then they would be able to handle projects for you while you focus on other things. If there's an event organized for your institution or for your company, they can take it up. I happen to put together training events for my boss I work with in the firm I work with through this. I put together training sessions for our new hirees. So, and every other event that comes up, we are having one event on the 20th of October with another tech company called Utana Pay. And it's a after-work mixer, a networking event that allows people in the tech space to come and then network over some food and drinks and all that.
So, but Yvonne, yeah? If, for example, your 2020 lockdown exposed us to a different kind of workforce, right? Which was, I think, working remotely. Essentially, it probably was there, but it wasn't so common. But when the lockdown happened because of COVID, a lot of people started doing remote work some days. From your own opinion and in your own experience, do you think startups should encourage maybe hybrid or remote work?
Yes, I think it should be encouraged because we are the digital space is fast advancing and the world is moving very fast. And we have come to the place where sometimes you may not find the kind of employee you need in the country you are in, but then there's somebody who can do that for you and is in another jurisdiction. What do you do? So then it would be good if it is encouraged because then you are able to make progress because people who are working with you are not even present, so to say. Wherever they are, you need something done and then they can get it done for you. It's not all the time that I, for one, go to the office. I do hybrid. My boss allows me to do hybrid work. So then there are times when I go to the office, and then there are times when I work from home. But when I'm working from home, at any time, my boss can call me or send me a message or something, and then I get things done. I'm not at the office, but work is moving all the same. And so we shouldn't limit ourselves to a confined space.
Okay.
Limiting ourselves to a confined space makes growth stunted. Let me put it that way. It doesn't allow growth to come in a quick way. Let me put it that way. Yeah, in a quick way. So it's good, and I would encourage that everybody allows the remote hybrid kind of work from time to time. If you wouldn't have all your staff working from home, you can do maybe one or two key people can take on the hybrid role and then work from home and work from the office as well, especially if you have a small office space. Okay, what if you have a small office space? We are now starting up. You have a small office space, and everybody, all your staff, so to say, can't fit into the office space. What do? The best you can do is to get on a hybrid system, and so that you have a shift kind of timetable. So people have days when they come in and work in the office, and then other days of the week they work from home. You just have to make sure that you are tracking their progress. There are a lot of apps and then systems that you can use to track progress, whether the person is working from the office or outside of the office. So that's it. We can explore more remote and hybrid roles.
All right. Thank you very much, Yvonne, for coming on today's show. We really appreciate your time. But before I let you go, I just want to ask you this critical question. Between Nigeria Jollof and Ghana Jollof, which is better?
I knew that would come. I knew that would come up.
It's very important.
I sincerely haven't tasted Nigerian jollof before. Nobody has done so for me to taste, so I can't really tell for Nigerian jollof.
Okay.
But I love my Ghana jollof.
I love my Nigerian jollof. Hello. So yes. So you're in Ghana. What part of Ghana are you from? Because Ghana is big, so we want to know where you're from.
Okay, so I come from one small place in Accra called Abola Patashi.
Okay.
And say that again. Abola.
We didn't get that clear.
It's called Abola Patashi. That's where I come from. That's my hometown. Okay. It's in Accra. I don't know Jamestown before.
Okay. So they changed the name to Abola.
Yeah.
Okay, so just tell people to keep watching SOUQ News in your dialect.
Yvonne, are you there?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
So we want you to greet your people in your local dialect and tell them to keep watching Just Africa.
Okay. All right. So, in Yemi in Nigeria, everybody, Meta Kenya Keshi, Nepa Just Africa, Ninjaba Kaseni BP, Yajame, Numa John P. Keep watching Just Africa. This is Yvonne from Ghana.
Right, thank you very much, Yvonne. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Emmanuel, I think we had a robust conversation today.
Yes.
And I really say a very big thank you to our guests for coming on the show. This is Just Africa will come your way tomorrow, on Monday for another beautiful episode of Just Africa. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel on SOUQ News, or rather at SOUQ News TV, and subscribe to our YouTube channel on Just Africa. I am Omevi Idolo, and of course from Emmanuel Mulo, thank you for watching.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
Editors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our grand norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. This is why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at SOUQ National. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akandi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonkosununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its great in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 387 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Appeals Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Appeals Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever works within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also we will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states. where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bringing series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be digged in one place, and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see where there is street lights, instead of to be installed in the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best, and we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. The former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that, and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your security district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on the issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why we are saying we should join hands. While I have praise and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Further, you have this advice, you can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will call your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their dockets, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare.
Welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. The federal government unveils initiatives to strengthen Nigeria's gas-to-power value chain, tackling inefficiencies and boosting industrial growth. Electronic money transfer levy allocations to Nigeria's federal government, states, and local government areas jump 111.55% to 416.73 billion naira in 2025. South Africa signs framework economic agreements with China to secure duty-free access for exports and boost cooperation. U.S. calls for new arms control deal after New START treaty expires, ending 20-year nuclear limits with Russia. In sports, Atletico Madrid's Ademola Lookman scores on debut in Copa del Rey quarterfinal against Real Betis. Much more to come. Stay with us. The federal government has unveiled new initiatives aimed at reinforcing Nigeria's gas-to-power value chain, describing natural gas as the backbone of electricity generation and a key driver of industrial growth. Officials said the reforms are designed to address structural inefficiencies in supply, infrastructure, and commercial arrangements that have limited reliable power delivery to homes and industries. Gas currently accounts for over 70% of on-grid electricity generation in Nigeria, highlighting its central role in sustaining the country's energy mix. The government strategy includes improving upstream gas supply, upgrading transmission and distribution infrastructure, and enhancing regulatory and commercial frameworks to attract investment across the sector. Energy experts say the measures could unlock significant capacity in Nigeria's power sector, reduce outages, and stimulate industrialization. They note that strengthening the gas-to-power chain is crucial for boosting economic growth and ensuring that electricity supply keeps pace with rising demand from households and businesses. Nigeria's Treasury bills NTB market witnessed a sharp spike in investor interest at its latest auction, with total subscriptions reaching 4.59 trillion naira, almost 3 times the 1.15 trillion naira offered by the Debt Management Office. The auction, held on Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, reflects strong market appetite for short-term government securities amid ongoing fiscal and monetary developments. Despite overwhelming demand, the DMO moderated borrowing by allotting 952.60 billion naira across 3 tenors, 91 days, 182-day and 364-day bills. The measured allocation underscores the DMO's cautious approach to managing liquidity while meeting government funding needs. Market analysts suggest the record subscriptions indicate sustained investor confidence in Nigeria's debt instruments, signaling positive sentiment in the NTB market and highlighting the role of Treasury bills as a safe, short-term investment vehicle amid broader economic conditions. Dangote Petroleum Refinery on Thursday warned that continued reliance on coastal logistics to distribute petrol could see pump prices rise to as high as 1,000 naira per litre if extra costs are passed down to consumers. The caution highlights the economic impact of moving petroleum products by sea rather than pipelines or other land-based methods. The refinery emphasized that while marketers are free to choose their preferred delivery method, coastal logistics carry substantial cost burdens that risk eroding recent gains from local refining. The statement noted that these costs could destabilize pricing and undermine efforts to keep fuel affordable for Nigerians. Dangote stressed that its preferred gantry loading system remains the most efficient and cost-effective method, supporting price stability. With sustained investment in infrastructure, including a gantry facility with 91 loading bays capable of handling up to 2,900 tankers daily, the refinery continues to push for efficient distribution. Total electronic money transfer levy, EMTL allocations to Nigeria's federal government, states, and local government areas rose sharply to 416.73 billion naira in 2025, up from 196 billion naira in 2024, marking a 111.55% year-on-year increase. The growth underscores the expanding contribution of digital financial transactions to national and subnational revenues. Data from the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, compiled by Nairametrics research from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, show that all 3 tiers of government benefited significantly. The federal government received 62.51 billion naira, states 208.37 billion naira, and local government areas 145.86 billion naira, reflecting a broad-based rise in digital payment collections. Analysts note that the surge in EMTL receipts highlight Nigeria's growing fintech adoption and digital economy, reinforcing the importance of electronic transaction levies as a key revenue source for government budgets across the country. The federal government on Thursday reiterated its resolve to end long-standing interference by state governments in funds allocated to the 774 local government areas from the Federation account. The commitment was restated in Abuja by the chairman of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC, Mohammed Shehu. Shehu spoke during the 2025 Budget Performance Appraisal and 2026 Budget Defense organized by the House of Representatives Committee on Finance. He lamented persistent encroachment by state governments on local council finances, saying the practice undermines service delivery, accountability, and grassroots development nationwide. He said the Commission was prepared to take concrete administrative and policy steps to enforce financial autonomy for local governments, adding that reforms were critical to fiscal transparency. Lawmakers pledged oversight support as debates continue over constitutional provisions and mechanisms to guarantee direct allocations reach councils across the Federation in line with court rulings and ongoing public finance reforms. The Lagos State Government has earmarked more than 140 billion naira for social protection programs, reinforcing its commitment to inclusive development and improving residents' quality of life. The investment covers over 20 social-focused ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, and more than 20 social interventions across the state. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, Mrs. Olayinka Ojo, disclosed the allocation during the Lagos State Social Protection Partners Forum. She said the funding demonstrates the government's dedication to ensuring no Lagosian is left behind, aligning with Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's broader vision for shared prosperity and sustainable growth. Officials highlighted that the programs targeted vulnerable populations, aiming to provide direct support, enhance access to essential services, and create opportunities for economic empowerment. The allocation reflects a proactive strategy to tackle inequality, promote social welfare, and strengthen the state's social protection framework amid rising urban demands. Edo State Government and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, have agreed to jointly develop a 10,000 barrels per day condensate refinery, with completion expected within 24 to 36 months. The announcement was made on Thursday in Benin City by Dr. Patrick Ebojele, Chief Press Secretary to Governor Monday Okwebolo. The proposed facility will be sited across Oredo and Oriamoyo local government areas and aims to boost local refining capacity, improve fuel supply, and strengthen the state's industrial base. The project aligns with Edo State's broader strategy to expand its energy infrastructure and attract investment into the downstream sector. Officials highlighted that the partnership with NNPCL will leverage technical expertise and funding from both the state and the National Oil Company, reflecting a collaborative approach to addressing fuel supply challenges and supporting economic growth. Still to come in the news, Taiwan will seek an extension to the deadline for signing an agreement with the United States covering a batch of weapons deliveries. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw eco-tourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Welcome back. South Africa said on Friday that its trade minister signed a framework economic partnership agreement during an official visit to China, marking a step towards securing duty-free access for South African exports to the Chinese market. The government described the deal as a framework rather than a full trade pact aimed at deepening economic cooperation and easing trade flows between the two countries. The agreement comes as South Africa looks to expand exports amid ongoing trade tensions with the United States, its second-largest bilateral trading partner after China. Officials said the framework could help diversify export destinations, reduce reliance on the U.S. markets, and strengthen South Africa's position in fast-growing Asian supply chains. Negotiations will continue in coming months on tariff reductions, sector coverage, and implementation timelines, with authorities stressing the agreement complements existing partnerships and supports long-term growth, industrial development, and resilience against trade shocks. Lesotho welcomed U.S. President Donald Trump's decision on Tuesday to extend the African Growth and Opportunity Act through December 31, 2026, saying it protects thousands of jobs and preserves vital access to the American market. The trade program, enacted in 2000, allows eligible sub-Saharan African countries to export more than 1,800 products to the United States duty-free, underpinning Lesotho's textile and apparel industry. For Maseru, the extension ends months of uncertainty after AGOA expired in September, a lapse that had put factories, investors, and workers on edge. Officials say the reprieve will stabilize export orders, safeguard employment, and prevent sudden plant closures in an economy heavily dependent on U.S. demand for garments. However, authorities cautioned that the extension offers only temporary relief. They urged accelerated diversification, productivity gains, and engagement with Washington as the United States reviews the program under its America First trade agenda in coming policy cycles. President Tayyip Erdogan has said a recent agreement between Syria's government and the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces has helped ease pressure on Turkey's fragile peace process with Kurdish PKK militants at home. Speaking to reporters aboard his return flight from official visit to Saudi Arabia and Egypt, Erdogan said the accord in Syria's northeast could contribute to regional stability if fully implemented. He added that the SDF's adherence to the agreement will strengthen the atmosphere of peace in Syria and reduce security risks along Turkey's southern border. Turkey views the SDF as closely linked to the PKK, which it designates a terrorist organization and has fought for decades in an insurgency that has killed more than 40,000 people. Erdogan said developments in Syria were closely connected to Turkey's internal security dynamics and stressed that Ankara would continue monitoring the situation. He added that sustained cooperation could support broader de-escalation efforts in the region. Iran and the United States began high-stakes nuclear negotiations on Friday, with Oman acting as intermediary as both sides seek to revive stalled diplomacy and avert a wider Middle East crisis. The talks marked the first serious engagement in months over Tehran's nuclear program, which Washington and its allies say has advanced beyond agreed limits. Despite cautious optimism, the process faces early strain. The United States is pressing to broaden the agenda beyond nuclear issues to include Iran's ballistic missile program, its support for armed groups across the region, and human rights concerns. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said this week that any durable agreement must address what he described as Iran's destabilizing regional behavior. Iran has rejected expanding the scope, insisting talks focus strictly on nuclear commitments and sanctions relief. Diplomats say Oman's shuttle diplomacy will be critical in bridging positions and preventing renewed confrontation in the region. India's central bank held its benchmark policy rate steady on Friday, citing a supportive growth outlook and easing external pressures after recent trade breakthroughs with major partners. The Reserve Bank of India kept the repo rate unchanged, signaling confidence that inflation risks are contained while economic momentum remains intact. Officials said improved trade conditions reduce downside risk to investment, exports, and financial markets. India has concluded a free trade agreement with the European Union and is nearing completion of a tariff deal with the United States expected by March. The U.S. accord includes cuts to tariffs on Indian exports, easing a long-standing friction point and improving market sentiment. Economists say the deal strengthens India's external position, supports capital inflows, and provide policy space for the RBI to prioritize growth. The central bank reiterated it remains data-dependent and ready to act if inflation or financial stability risks re-emerge in coming months. Taiwan will seek an extension to the deadline for signing an agreement with the United States covering a batch of weapons deliveries, its defense ministry said on Friday, citing a continuing standoff in parliament over defense spending. President Lai Ching-te last year proposed a $40 billion special defense budget to respond to a rising military threat from China, which views the self-ruled island as its own territory. However, the opposition-controlled legislature has advanced cheaper alternatives that fund only some U.S. systems, delaying approvals to procurement schedules. Officials said the funding dispute risks pushing contract timelines beyond existing signing windows, prompting Taipei to request more time from Washington. The ministry said Taiwan remains committed to strengthening deterrence and maintaining close security cooperation with the United States. China has opposed U.S. arms sales to Taiwan, warning they undermine regional stability, while Taipei says the purchases are defensive and necessary for security. China said on Friday it is open to dialogue with Lithuania after the Baltic country's new Prime Minister, Inga Rijiniene, described Vilnius' 2021 decision to allow Taiwan open a de facto embassy as a mistake, signaling a possible easing of strained relations. Rijiniene, who took office last September, said Lithuania had begun taking small first steps towards restoring ties, raising hopes of a gradual diplomatic thaw. Relations between Beijing and Vilnius deteriorated sharply after Lithuania permitted Taiwan to establish a representative office with quasi-diplomatic status, a move China said violated its One China principle. Beijing responded at the time by downgrading diplomatic ties and restricting trade, creating tensions that also reverberated within the European Union. Analysts say the latest comments from both sides point to cautious efforts to normalize engagement, though a full restoration of relations is likely to be slow. Any breakthrough, they note, will depend on Lithuania's next steps and wider EU-China dynamics. Still to come in the news, Argentina will provide preferential market access to U.S. goods as part of a new trade and investment agreement. This is the World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll be right back.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokorotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alarms no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Welcome back. The United States on Friday called for a new arms control agreement following the expiration of the New START Treaty, which for more than 20 years capped strategic nuclear weapons deployment by Washington and Moscow. Speaking at the Disarmament Conference in Geneva, U.S. Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security, Thomas DiNanno, said extending New START would not serve U.S. or global security interests. He argued that the treaty was flawed and outdated, noting that it failed to include China despite Beijing's growing nuclear capabilities. New START formally expired on Thursday, marking the end of the last remaining treaty limiting the nuclear arsenals of the world's two largest nuclear powers. The lapse leaves no binding framework governing U.S. and Russian strategic nuclear forces for the first time in over 5 decades. DiNanno said Washington was open to pursuing a broader, more comprehensive agreement that reflects current geopolitical realities and includes all major nuclear powers, while safeguarding strategic stability. Brazil is considering pursuing a partial trade agreement between the Mercosur bloc and China for the first time, senior government officials said, marking a potential shift in the country's long-standing trade policy. Historically, Brazil blocked formal negotiations with Beijing to protect domestic manufacturers from a surge in Chinese imports. Officials explained that growing commercial pressure from China, combined with a series of U.S. tariffs affecting Latin America, has prompted Brasilia to reassess its approach. The partial deal would allow selective market access while safeguarding sensitive domestic industries, reflecting a cautious strategy to balance economic growth with local manufacturing protection. Analysts say such a move could reshape regional trade dynamics, boosting Mercosur exports and diversifying Brazil's trade partnerships. While negotiations are still in early stages, the government is weighing potential benefits against domestic industrial concerns, signaling a pragmatic approach to international commerce. Argentina will provide preferential market access to U.S. goods as part of a new trade and investment agreement, the U.S. Trade Representative's office announced on Thursday. The deal, signed by Oscar Jamison Gear and Argentine Foreign Minister Pablo Cuero, also includes provisions prohibiting barriers to digital trade and enhancing cooperation on economic and national security issues. The agreement builds on a framework trade deal first reached on November 13, outlining concrete steps to facilitate smoother exports and strengthen bilateral commercial ties. Officials said the pact is designed to support U.S. businesses while promoting investment and innovation across both countries, particularly in technology and critical sectors. Analysts noted that the deal signals a focus on economic partnership amid regional and global trade pressures. By improving market access and reducing trade frictions, the agreement is expected to boost bilateral trade volumes and reinforce long-term U.S.-Argentina economic collaboration. The United States will provide an extra $6 million in humanitarian aid to Cuba, bringing total U.S. assistance since Hurricane Melissa in October to $9 million, a senior State Department official said on Thursday. The support to help Cuban communities cope with ongoing recovery challenges amid severe infrastructure and resource constraints. Aid official Jeremy Lewin noted that while Washington is expanding humanitarian assistance, it has also increased measures to restrict oil supplies to the island, which has contributed to acute shortages and economic strain. The dual approach underscores U.S. efforts to provide relief to civilians while maintaining pressure on the Cuban government. Observers say the additional funding will support disaster response, food security, and basic services, offering temporary relief to vulnerable populations. The move highlights the complexities of delivering humanitarian aid in politically sensitive environments. And now moving on to sports. Atletico Madrid's new signing, Nigeria winger Ademola Lookman, marked his debut with a goal in the Copa del Rey quarter-final against Real Betis on Thursday. The 26-year-old forward came off the bench to mark an immediate impact, helping Atletico secure a crucial advantage in the knockout tie. Lookman's goal underlined his readiness to contribute to Atletico's attacking line, providing coach Diego Simeone with added options as the team seeks domestic cup glory. Fans and pundits praised the former Atalanta player for his sharp movement, composure, and clinical finish under pressure. The performance adds momentum to Lookman's integration into the Spanish side, signaling his potential role in Atletico's league and cup campaigns this season. His debut strike also boosts Nigeria's growing presence in European football, highlighting the country's talent pipeline across top-tier clubs. Cristiano Ronaldo's future at Al Nassr remains in doubt after the Saudi Pro League emphasized that no player, regardless of stature, can influence decisions beyond their own club. The 41-year-old Portugal forward was notably left out of Al Nassr's squad for Monday's league match against Al Riyadh, sparking reports in Portugal that he had refused to play amid growing frustration with club management. Despite later posting a picture of himself back in training, questions linger over Ronaldo's participation in Friday's clash with Al Ittihad. Al Nassr's officials have all not clarified the reasons for his omission, leaving fans and media speculating about possible disagreements between the forward and the club hierarchy. The situation highlights tensions in the Saudi Pro League regarding star players' influence, as league authorities reiterate that no individual can override club or league protocols, even for globally renowned stars. Ronaldo's next appearance remains uncertain amid rising speculation. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. The federal government unveils initiatives to strengthen Nigeria's gas-to-power value chain, tackling inefficiencies and boosting industrial growth. Electronic money transfer levy allocations to Nigeria's federal government, state government, and local governments jump 111.55% to 416.73 billion naira in 2025. South Africa signs framework economic agreement with China to secure duty-free access for exports and boost cooperation. U.S. calls for new arms control deal after new START treaty expires, ending 20-year nuclear limits with Russia. And in sports, Atletico Madrid Ademola Lookman scores on debut in Copa del Rey quarter-final against Real Betis. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. Talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
I was in Nigeria up until SS1 third term, SS2, and after that I moved to France where I did my A-levels. And then after that, I moved to England where I did my undergrad, and then my master's I did in America. And European culture is European culture, right? For me, it's actually quite interesting because I learned so much more about Africa outside Africa, right? Because in the education I had in secondary school, there wasn't really much focus on our history or the greatness that Africa was. It almost seemed more like propaganda history, that our history pretty much just started slightly before colonization, and everything else we've become is either our journey to independence and carrying on the system that we're left with, right? Unfortunately, schooling abroad brought this Afrocentric idea into my consciousness. Books about researchers that showed our history that goes all the way back to ancient Egypt, Timbuktu, the great empire of Mali, learn about people like Mansa Musa, connecting migrations from what is present-day Nigeria in the southwest up until the Nile Valley, and the different movements, migration patterns that happened between those two civilizations, right? Aside that, governance, giving one a higher expectation of what one should expect from government, giving one a higher expectation of what democracy should be or what it should look like, because you can't really operate outside of what you've been exposed to. You know, when the mind has been expanded, it cannot go back to its former size, right? And experiencing what quality education is like, experiencing what good governance is like, experiencing a health system that works, a health system that is checking on people before they get sick because they know that on the long run that will keep the cost of healthcare coverage lower. Preventative medicine as opposed to constantly solving problems as they're happening. Understanding the value of data, data-driven policy, and how all these come together to create a system that works and that people can thrive in. Understanding the value of people paying taxes, right? And the services they get in return of those taxes. I think these are some of the things that I got from my exposure schooling abroad. And then when I moved back to Nigeria, I did my NYSC, and then I started working. I worked in some architecture firms while also running mine and getting some projects, and then went into business. And then when I wanted to go into politics, after leading a GMO campaign alongside other notable patriotic Nigerians, I decided that, you know, experiencing leading a 2,000-man march on the Senate and understanding how they responded to us, which in my opinion did not show people that actually prioritize the well-being of their people, I felt that it's important to go into politics. Okay, so I ran for student council president in high school and won. So politics that way, yeah, you can say since I was 19, having an idea, having the manifesto and selling that idea, understanding problems and proffering solutions and implementation strategies. Yeah, so I can say 18, 19. When I came back and after the GMO, for those that don't know, genetic modified foods, we led a 2-year campaign against the Ministry of Agriculture that was chaired at the time by Akinwumi Adesina to prevent the adoption of genetic modified foods in Nigeria. And that process, engaging with politicians and our representatives, I felt that Nigerians deserve better. And I'm not one to just complain and point fingers or tweet on social media. I believe if you engage in something, you need to see it all the way. So I ran for local government chairman. But before that, I actually went to UNILAG and got a master's in research and public policy. Now, I had some very brilliant professors, without a doubt, some very, very brilliant professors. People like Professor Jikutu, people like Professor Logbenla, Onoha, a number of very brilliant people. But at the same time, in relation to the level of organization, there's still a way to go, you know. And I think this also comes down to funding our universities properly, ensuring that our professors are well paid, ensuring that we have enough professors, because a lot of our professors, they are taking so many classes with so many students, and they have to bring in their A game to all of these things. We need to prioritize education a lot more in this country, you know. Nigerians are some of the most brilliant human beings in this world. Brilliant, and I'm talking, I just named 3 different countries that have operated in terms of education. And then there are some other 4 countries that have done work in and I currently have interest in. And Nigerians are there and they are doing wonderful things, right? So we're an intelligent group of people. What we need are the structures and organization that create an enabling environment for us to thrive. I mean, think about what it takes to be successful in this country today. Think about what it takes to be successful in Lagos. Now, imagine a government that puts everything in place and is more like a partner than, you know, this person that's just trying to take from me, right? You would experience an exponential increase in wealth. I think that a person that values education must have had a very good education. If you don't value education, it's a reflection of your own education. I can't think of somebody that's experienced good education that will not prioritize education, because you will know the power of education. And this goes to show when we talk about how it's okay for someone with a NEPA certificate to be our president, and we see the ruin that it brought Nigeria to, or a person that's using lawyers to hide the certificates, right? It will reflect in the quality of your education. So I feel that we need to start demanding more from people that aspire to lead us. Go and look at the quality of education that the leaders of America got. They either went to Yale or Harvard or recently Princeton, Ivy League schools. The top of us have to lead. This idea that you can just pick anybody to lead you to where? This person is like this with you. Where is he leading you to? What vision is this person bringing that is outstanding? Your leader should be outstanding. He cannot be, or she cannot be part of the flock. You understand? They must be outstanding, either in their strength of character. So you look at America when they want to select their president, George Washington. Why? Because when there was war, the man stood in front. He was a leader. Intelligence, he was a leader. These were people that were inventors. Benjamin Franklin. These were people that were inventing things. They were not just thought leaders. They were on ground. They were policy leaders. They were kings in their own right. It was not a commoner. And I don't mean commoner in the sense of money. You see, people think it's just about money. No, it's about what are your values? What are you willing to stand for? What do you stand for? Right? If the wind blows, you just move to the place that favors your pocket. You clearly don't have a backbone. So how can you lead? And people will say, okay, they just want somebody that they can associate with. Yes, but associate with in what way? In poverty and failure and mediocrity, or in success and a vision that benefits you, your family, and your children, and the greater society, right? Because if you think about it, I say this thing in most interviews I do. My father tells me that his father told him that Nigeria was better in his day. My father told me Nigeria was better in his day. My father graduated, there were jobs, you could get a car, like only the man had to work, the wife could be a housewife, and they were comfortable. They don't need to steal, to travel, to go on holiday, right? He came into that quality education. There was public education, right? His father was a judge. His father's driver could send his child to the same school as his boss's son. and they got quality education. Now, I can tell my children that I remember a time when Nigeria was better, when I would change 1 million naira and get 4,000 pounds. I can barely get 1 million naira now with 500 pounds. Do you understand? So it's perpetually in a nosedive. And why is that? Lack of continuity in quality leadership and visionary leadership, right? No leader that is truly focused on creating a Nigerian identity that celebrates our uniqueness and our differences and sees that as a resource as opposed to something that divides us, right? People that are traveling to the UAE, they are going there to enjoy the culture. And this culture is old, it's ancient, but they've repackaged it. That makes people want to come and visit, want to come and spend their hard-earned money there, right? And this is the visionary type of ideas I'm talking about that will create jobs, right? Well, you know, it's a very interesting one. I grew up in Nigeria where I went to ISL, and speaking traditional languages was called, there's a word for it, starts with C, not vernacular, there was something else. There's another word, it starts with a C. You could not do that. It was against the school rules, right? And you get punished for that. And then even at the time, there was this whole idea of this person, this is local. Like young people, I remember young people saying that is local. The people were not interested with identifying with Nigerian music. Then it was hip hop, it was about Biggie, Puff Daddy, you know, international music. I'm sure I'm betraying my age now. Well, my age is not 80 now, 42. But I'm talking about the time where nobody was wearing trad. We grew up seeing our parents wearing suits, trousers and shirts, you know. And like I said, I don't feel that the education that we got in Nigeria really laid any foundation for you to look deeper into our history, into our culture. And I know this now because I've experienced education elsewhere. And I know how the British lay emphasis on their history. So that even if you're an art student or a science student, you had an in-depth knowledge of the history of your people. And this history is not just a linear one. It's one that is connecting different events and moments and always trying to show your people to be great, right? So you see the British will hide the idea of the part they played in slavery and enslavement. It will not be prominent in the history, but where they conquered or where they uprooted slavery from the African continent, the role they played in doing that will be highlighted, right? That is curated. Now you might say that's not right, it's not fair, but they're programming their citizenry. And that is what a thinking government will prioritize. Same thing with America, right? So I don't really feel we had that in our education system. But then there was an Afrocentric awakening that happened later on. And this had also happened earlier. The kind of thinking that informed people like Nnamdi Azikiwe when he traveled to America, the kind of thinking that informed Fela Anikulapo Kuti when he traveled to America, or even to England, where he met Afro-British people that knew the histories of Africa, that awoken that idea in him, in Fela, in Nnamdi Azikiwe, in a number of Africans, in Kwame Nkrumah, right? They didn't get it at home, they got it elsewhere, and they came and they brought that, we are African, we are great, black is beautiful, you know? And when you open that doorway, it then starts to lead you into understanding your culture more, understanding the depth of it, you see? And it's not our fault, right? We're conquered, Our kings were removed. At least the kings that had the courage to fight, they were removed, they were exiled. Some were killed. Our people were kidnapped. With the collaboration of some Africans, our people were kidnapped and sold. Some of the strongest men were kidnapped and sold. So you have diaspora cousins and everybody outside of the country. The few that were saved, you know, were brought back. But you now had a situation of religion. And unfortunately, the religion that came through in partnership with colonization pretty much said to us that everything that we were before them was bad, was evil, was demonic. So you have a people that claim that they are from a certain tribe, speak the language, but the depth of the thinking they associate with being evil. So there's still a significant level of identity crisis that we struggle with. And you don't really see that with Indians who were colonized by the British. You don't really see it with the Chinese who also dealt with their own level of colonization, nor the Japanese, right? And you see, understanding your identity or crafting your identity as a people, because China, as we're seeing it today, was not just monolithic. It was not just one group of people. There are huge, different groups of people all over China, different tribes, but they were united by a visionary king. Similar thing happened in Japan, right? Similar thing happened in England, right? In England, you had part in what you call England, or what was Great Britain or England at a point. You had the Welsh, you had the Scottish, you had the Irish, right? You know, and they were united at a point by a conqueror, right? So sometimes you also craft identity. Sometimes identity is created by facing a threat that is bigger than all of you independently. So you have to come together to face that. And sometimes it's just visionary leadership, right? You see visionary leadership in Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew. We saw that creates an identity that you can be proud of. Like there is no China man now, or even if there will be very few that will not be proud of China and not want to be associated with the bigger identity of China as opposed to their identity as a tribe, because China is so great and it pays you to be associated with it. It is when there's a failure in that bigger identity that people recoil back to their smaller identity, right? And that's what you find going on in a lot of places. But all in all, yeah. I think the government, you see, what has happened is because we've had governments or politicians that don't really have a vision to sell, they rely on selling division. Because the classic divide and rule strategy. If you have a vision, you want to sell a vision and unite people. Visions unite people, right? So you sell a vision, suppose unite behind the vision. When you don't have vision, so you sell the vision so that people can be separated. When you separate people, it's easier to rule over them. And you see that has happened significantly from the last election, right? And you then see in how the government has ruled this country. Significant nepotism, significant levels of corruption, significant levels of lack of transparency or accountability. You see that the government is very extractive without really paying any attention to being accountable to the people they want to extract from. You see that they talk about stopping subsidy payments. And there was a hope that those monies that would have otherwise been used for subsidies would have been put to make life easier for the Nigerian. Life is not easier for Nigeria. Inflation rates are at an all-time high, right? Insecurity is at an all-time high. For the first time in decades, we're having a foreign country bombing our land, our territory, which is an indictment on the failure of our security system. And you think about how much money is spent on these things, on our army, on our military that goes unaccounted for. and you see how corruption is rewarded by ambassadorial appointments. So there's a lot of politicking as opposed to governance. And it is in quality governance, creating excellence in governance, where you are moving away from personalities to institutions, and people are now normalizing an excellent standard of service, right? So it's no more about the personality, it's about the quality of governance. Once that starts to be ticked, right, people will start to embrace the idea of Nigeria. When Nigeria is playing football, nobody is saying that man is from this tribe, this person is from this tribe, especially if we are doing well. Everybody wants to be associated with that greatness that is Nigeria. When I finished school, I'm telling you, I went to school where you did not have to leave the school to get the best jobs. Those companies came to do interview on campus. And I'm saying that myself and all my friends that were Nigerian were rushing to move back to Nigeria. It's not that we did not have the jobs or the potential jobs. We were so excited about Nigeria at the time under President Obasanjo, what he had achieved, the quality of his governance, the quality of his ministers, that there was a significant fear of missing out. And so many people, and I tell this to young people today, that there was a time where people were rushing back from countries like America, from England, and they can't imagine it, So it's about creating good governance, creating excellence in governance, and everybody wants to be associated with success and greatness. There was a time where we had governments that were very empathetic to the common man. They were welfarist to an extent. Governments like Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, and that was really the ideology of Obafemi Awolowo. It was very welfarist. So civil servants did not have to hustle for housing. They had quality housing in prime areas. Affordable housing was a priority. It was prioritizing the people that were the middle class, that were the working class. That is the role of government. But you find that now government is more fixated on producing properties or being involved in properties for the rich. Whether it is how they are allocating land, whether it is in how they are sand filling. I mean, how many Nigerians can afford to live at Eko Atlantic? I read this year where they were proudly talking about how they are sand filling and reclaiming land in some parts of Lagos for housing. By the time you've done all of that, your unit cost will be so significant that no average person will be able to afford to live there. Meanwhile, we have huge tracts of land in Ojo, Amuwo, Badagry, Ikorodu, Ekpe, Ibeju-Lekki that we can channel proper urban planning, bring in industries there, and focus on creating infrastructure that makes people want to live there. And then creating local governments that are independent in themselves. So most of the major services you need are in there. So nobody's going from Ikeja to Yaba for school. These are things that cause traffic. It's like the boroughs in London. You cannot even get into a borough outside of where you pay your council tax. Why? Because your taxes are used to fund the schools in that community. So it's a direct correlation. So your child can get into schools in the immediate vicinity of where you live. And that local council is doing their best to create affordable housing, council flat, and unemployment benefits, things like that, from the taxes. You understand? And that's what is missing significantly here. You've talked about flooding. Flooding is tied to our drainage systems and it's tied to our waste disposal systems and waste management systems, right?
that in itself is also tied to the traffic that we have, especially in rainy season. It's also tied to traffic outside of rainy season, because if your water is not draining properly, it's destroying your roads. That's how we then get potholes. That also causes traffic. That also spoils cars, which then leads to cars breaking down the road, which then leads to traffic. So it's an entire holistic system that must be solved in a holistic way. And there's a famous saying that you can never solve a problem from the same headspace or mindset in which that problem was created. You must step out of it to solve that problem. So this problem must be solved in holistic way. Why are our gutters still open? All these our elites, they're not even elite. Our politicians, our political leaders, they travel abroad. Shibe, our president, has gone to, I think he's gone somewhere to Europe and then the Middle East. I'm sure he's not seeing open gutters when he goes to Dubai, right, or England or France, right? I'm sure he knows of the proper draining systems in these places, right? So we need to do better as a people. I even think it's wrong to use Lagos as a mirror. You cannot compare Lagos to any other state in this country. Lagos, first, was a water-facing arm for the Benin Empire at a point, which was very powerful at a point. It was, aside from the Awori and children of Olofin that came and settled it, the monarchy was from Benin, and it was a water-facing arm of the Benin Empire. Then Lagos then received all the influx of Europeans that came in for colonization. Lagos was the port in which Nigeria was formed. There was a time where all politics in Nigeria happened in Lagos. Everybody from all over came to Lagos. Think about the level of exposure. Think about the level of development from back then. Think about the level of commerce, level of finance from back then. Then you now had influx of returnees that had either paid for their freedom or people that were saved, that were never enslaved and got education in Sierra Leone, because that was where the first secondary school was, and came back. I'm talking about people like Samajai Crowder, grandfather of Herbert Macaulay, Henry Carr, H.O. Davis, and so many others that literally laid the foundation for the freedom and independence that we then got later on. Think about the intellectual capital that came in here. Think about all the skill sets that came into Lagos, the buildings that were built, the level of development, the amount of resource that came into Lagos with that. Then after that, Lagos then became this capital. Think about all the investments that came with that, all the infrastructure that was created by the Nigerian state before it now relocated to Abuja. And then today, Lagos is now the commercial capital. Most companies that exist in this country have their headquarters here. So it's extremely unfair to compare. Lagos State is like that child that has been blessed and blessed and blessed. You know, it's like all the other children were on the farm and all the prophets were just coming and blessing and blessing and blessing. It's not fair to compare Lagos to any other state. It cannot be compared. But yes, that's the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the extreme need for infrastructure, right? Which, I mean, we have huge IGR because of the human beings that are here. So those money should be put into creating infrastructure for them to have a beautiful quality of life, to be more productive, to be able to earn more, which would then increase the IGR that Lagos generates, right? You know, so it's all tied into each other. Well, first of all, it's not a thing that's unique to me. You know, the APC Lagos especially, the APC Lagos arm of politics is bigotry. Is based on bigotry. I mean, there's still pictures of banners that were hung of Jimmy Agbaje being called Jimmy Chukwu, governor of the Southeast. He's a man that is blue blood from Ikorodu. We know his grandfather. We know his antecedents. We know what he did. This is not somebody that his history or his pedigree or his name or his age or his sex is under question or under any kind of controversy. We know him. We know his grandfather. We know his father. We know his family. Right? And this is what they did. So anybody that seemingly rises to challenge the Tinubu hegemony, the first thing that is challenged is your Yorubaness. Right? I remember when they were saying that even somebody like Padi Banjo, the reason why he supported Peter Obi or was anti-Tinubu was because his mother was Igbo. Or they said Obasanjo's father is this. Anytime somebody challenges the Tinubu hegemony, they attack your identity. They try to strip you of your Yorubaness. In my situation, unfortunately for them, they could not challenge my family. They could not challenge our history. There are all sorts of nonsense. But I give God the glory that my parents are alive. You know, I give God the glory that my family has a very good habit of keeping records, all the way to newspaper articles from the 1800s. So imagine if one did not have that. Imagine if one's parents were not alive and these people just came together with this propaganda. You start questioning, what's really going on? But I thank God, I come from a family that history has written a lot about, you know, so we know who we are. And as Lagosians, Amorawa, we know ourselves. Because one is in politics now, there are a lot more things that people are saying about me. But I've been Afrocentric for a very long time. All you need to do is go and read my blogs. I still have a blog under if you search for it, The Hopeful Nigerian. And I've been advocating for history to return back to our schools, our traditions, our culture. The idea that no, not everything that existed before the Rainbow Man came here was bad. Right? There's bad in everything. There are people that call themselves Muslims that are killing people. There are people that were calling themselves Christian that were doing crusades and massacring people. I mean, for goodness sake, the first slave ship that came to Africa was called Jesus. The Pope blessed people that were going to go and kill indigenous people all over the world. So there are good and bad people in every culture, in every belief system, right? And this idea that everything that we were before Christianity or any of the major religions means that we are bad. I've been against that for decades, right? And that's not common. That's not common in this part of the world. And I know the backlash that I got for that, but I'm somebody that fortunately I can afford to live my truth, you know? I can afford to do that. So what you saw is just me on my journey. A lot has been consistent. It's just now it is obvious. People are seeing it. It's in people's faces. And I'm coming of age. I'm growing, you know? My first title was the Obalefon of Lagos that I got from the Obatala Temple in Ife, right? And that ties into my belief system that, you know, there is an African spiritual science, right? The entire binary code in which we build our computers is based on African traditional science, right? The understanding of time not being linear, but being circular and intertwining, right? These are things that quantum physics is proving, right? So you find that we have known things from time that science, Western science, is just interpreting and bringing to common knowledge now, right? And that is something that I will grow in. And you know, as some will say, your head calls certain things to you. You know, so that title is something that I embrace because, you know, it's something that I've understood and it's something I value. It's very important to me. And then also I am the Are of Igbale Koka, which is the house that was headed by Justice Koka. He was the Oloriayo at a point, and Baba Isale of Lagos.
So those are the titles that I have, that I got recently. As relates to Yoruba titles, I also have an Igbo title, Ochiaga of Ndibo in Lagos State. Aside that, I was initiated into the Awe Adimu, and as a son of Lagos, you know, these are things that we hold very dear to us. I mean, you've been around my house, I'm sure you've seen plenty of your paintings. And if you go into any indigenous house, most of them, you see something Eyo. It will just be there, right? Either it's the Okwan Bata and the hat, or a sculpture, or something, because it symbolizes our heritage, our ancestral culture. It's our day to show, you know, who we are as a people, because Lagos, like I said, is a cosmopolitan port, so sometimes our identity gets lost, and there are always different groups that, you know, it's almost like when you talk about the history of Lagos, it's somehow covered by the history of Nigeria, because so much of the history of Nigeria happened in Lagos. But we have our own history, a very rich history, with a lot of intrigues, right? And your festival is for Lagos Island, a way of showing our uniqueness, our heritage, our culture. And that is not to say that it's only limited to Lagos Island. You know, we have brothers that are coming Ikorodu, coming from Ekpe, coming from Badagry, and then all of these places also have their own rich culture and heritage. Like the Zangbeto Festival in Badagry is amazing. I cannot wait for it to be properly mainstream, for the government to actually bring it into mainstream culture. You also have the masquerades in Ekpe and Ikorodu, masquerades all over the mainland, you know, all that Ikejai, Fakojai area, they have that culture there as well. These things need to be mainstreamed. They need to be brought into and repackaged, right? The tradition itself, the masquerades, the pageantry is beautiful, it's perfect. It's now the environment at which it operates, right? We need to create the environment that will pull tourists in, make them feel safe, make them feel comfortable, clean environments, right? That can now create these things with world-renowned cultural experiences that people fly in because they want to come and see. Think about the Brazilian Carnival, right? You know, I mean, yeah, things like that. We want people to fly in because this is how you generate income for those communities, and, you know, also puts us on that world map. 2025 was a very difficult year for a lot of people. I mean, 2024 was difficult because that was the first shock. But 2025 has not been easy at all. A lot of companies have laid off staff, right? Things are extremely expensive. Go and ask anybody that's about to pay their rent. They've seen their rents double. People that rented a place for 3 million are now looking at paying 8 million, right? People that got a place for 500,000 are now looking at 1.5, right? I have to acknowledge that there is a new bill that's passed in the State Assembly that is pushing for monthly payments of salaries that's protecting tenants, and I think that's a very, very good thing. Implementation of it, our laws are not the problem, it's the implementation of it.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of SOUQ Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956 in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubonmiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And the thought, since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the esteemed University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, AK can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place, and then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing WHQL certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout AK's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. AK's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has an expensive car. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. AK is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor. And they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18, where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So If we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, and you go to Australia and other countries, and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club? Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alerts no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warriors for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.